Call this meeting to order, and we'll look to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll call the roll now. Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Councilmember Montano. I see you, Councilmember Montano. Are you
That's
expressing
good.
that you're here?
Yeah,
Okay,
I sit here.
present. And Councilmember Dominguez, I think, is absent at this moment. Vice Mayor Nunez
Present.
and Mayor Tran.
Here, thank you very much, Mary, as always. And before we adjourn to closed session, folks, let's check in with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to know for the council and the public, there are 3 items we're considering in closed session. 2 existing litigation matters regarding Shaw and Jane, both as plaintiffs bringing litigation against the city. And then the third matter, there are 3 potential matters for anticipated litigation as represented on the agenda, as well as the documents included in the agenda packet. I also wanted to note for our city clerk that I believe Councilmember Dominguez is going to join us at 7 o'clock. And then I would just ask the council to see if there's anybody on who wants to make a comment related to the closed session before we go into closed session.
Okay, great. In the closed session we go.
And just a reminder for the council, there's another Zoom link to join. So just jump on that Zoom link and I'll see you in closed session. Thank you.
Did it come from you, Chris?
It did probably around 12 or 11 or 2 o'clock, somewhere around that time period, around the lunch hour.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
All right, folks, it's your city council here, and we're planning on getting back out of closed session pretty soon here. I'm just going to go ahead and look for my colleagues. I know city staff's ready to go. I see everybody. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We got a lot of panelists and attendees tonight, which is great. So I want to remind folks that we're going to be having our good old Milpitas family on with us tonight. I think dozens of folks will be joining us for public comment. And so just everybody, just continue to be mindful, as we always are, to our guests. And just such an honor to, lead the city, all of us. And we're going to have a great night. So let me check my agenda here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking for Councilmember Fan. He'll be on momentarily. We'll wait for him and then we'll get started. And we are live right now. I just want to remind folks, we are live right now. I believe I see the red blinking. So I want to welcome everybody from across the city of Milpitas and around the world via Facebook Live or YouTube.com. Thanks for joining our live stream. We have a jam-packed agenda tonight here to kick off October and this fall season. I want to thank you for making the decision to tune in across the interwebs. We are living through a 100-year pandemic, and this is where we're at today. I just am thankful for everybody's resilience during this time. All right, I see all my colleagues. We're back from closed session, and let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that direction was given to staff, but no formal action was taken that needs to be reported out of closed session this evening. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you kindly to stand where you are, and we will conduct the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to interject. I know the code of conduct is to be read a little further down on the agenda. We thought we'd check in with you to see if you wanted to do that earlier in the agenda, and I'm happy to do it now or later at the council's discretion.
Yeah, we'll go with the agenda. I know sometimes I usually kind of try to accomplish that item sooner than the agenda. So tonight I want to really go according to the agenda, but I appreciate you, Chris. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Okay, and next up we have the invocation. Tonight's invocation is presented by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Lord, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people, the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All of which we ask through our Lord, amen. And that was a prayer given by Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. Okay. And next up here on our agenda, we have the presentations. And so I have my handy dandy tablet here. I'm going to pull up the presentations if you'll give me just a moment here. Okay, first up here, there's going to be two tonight. First up here, it's a proclamation. October 4th to the 10th of this year is Fire Prevention Week here in the city of Milpitas. I take great pride with this proclamation, as does the city council every year. And with what we've been through this year and this fire season in particular, this proclamation never meant so much, as so much as it does now. Fire Prevention Week. Every year since 1922, Americans observe Fire Prevention Week during the week of October the 9th. This year, it is scheduled from the 4th to the 10th, with the theme, Serve Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen. The purpose of Fire Prevention Week is to educate us about the simple but important things we can do to keep ourselves and those around us from fire everywhere, especially at home, which is where I think we all are. In 2019, local fire departments responded to an estimated 1.3 million fires. These fires caused roughly 3,700 civilian fire deaths and 16,000 plus reported civilian fire injuries. From January to September of this year, nearly 7,000 fires were reported affecting over 2 million acres. The state of California is experiencing massive fire complexes, in which one fire complex hit close to home here in Milpitas. Record-breaking wildfires are occurring more often, becoming the largest fire in the state's, Record-breaking wildfires are occurring more often. On September the 9th, the massive August complex became the largest fire in the state's history. In fact, wildfire smoke is contributing to the worst air quality in decades. You don't need me to tell you that. With the pandemic still with us, it gets tougher handling the fire suppression as well as assisting hundreds of evacuees. Milpitas' first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and associated injuries through education and prevention. To achieve that, we need everyone's help, everybody, and diligence to be careful and prepared if fire happens at your home. So I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the period of October 4th to the 10th as Fire Prevention Week in Milpitas, as always. And thank you to our fire department for all the work you do, our fire marshals, fire enforcement officers. Thank you so much. It's not just about putting out fires, it's about preventing fires. And I'm so proud of this city. We've clearly done that. And I hear it all the time in the community. So let me pull up the second presentation here. Okay, so I do want to give an opportunity to my colleague. We have a request from Council Member Karina Dominguez to proclaim this month as Filipino American History Month. Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. May I ask if there was a proclamation that was made by staff for this?
Okay, I just want to recognize you. I know you had requested it, and so I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If I could just say a couple words maybe after, then I would greatly appreciate that, Mayor.
Okay, great. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be fantastic. The floor is always open to the great council. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. All right, here we go. October was chosen as Filipino American History Month to celebrate and commemorate the arrival of the first Filipinos who landed in what is now Morro Bay, California, on October the 18th, 1587, folks. It is also the birth month of Filipino American labor leader Larry Itliong. Filipino Americans have contributed significantly to American history, from serving in World War II to strengthening labor movement nationally and somewhat famously here in California. Filipino Americans have contributed greatly to the economic, intellectual, spiritual, social, and cultural life of our nation by sharing in their traditions. In Milpitas, we proudly fly the Filipino American history flag in our Cesar Chavez Plaza for the entire month of October, and have a permanently hung tapestry in our Milpitas library, which shares through public art the story of the Delano grape strike and the work of Filipino labor leader Larry Itliong. Whereas we want to honor our Filipino American residents and a cultural heritage and history full of contributions to the community, the city of Milpitas therefore proclaims this month of October as National Filipino American History Month. And there you have it. And so, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for proclaiming the month of October in this very special occasion, as many of us celebrate the contributions of our Filipino community and our historic contributions, not only to the city, but this nation. I would like to pay a special tribute to those who are working in the front lines as nurses and healthcare workers, as we have seen numbers that are staggering, as we are seeing that many of our Filipino brothers and sisters are in the front line and are losing their battle with COVID-19. At this time, I also want to honor the warriors of justice that are before us, and may we all remember the words of Larry Itliong, Philip Vera Cruz, who worked along Cesar Chavez in order to and led the charge of the Farm Workers Association, which later became the United Farm Workers. May we pay tribute to their work by uniting as one community, because we saw in that movement that when Latinos and our Filipino brothers and sisters came together, we were powerful. We were so powerful that we created one of the biggest unions that created fair wages and humility in the work of the farm workers. And so in that spirit, I ask all Milpitians who are watching us, for us to move with our words of wisdom by giants that came before us, and that we are stronger together, and that we will continue to rise above this pandemic as one community and one family, just as our ancestors did. Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. If there's any other member of the council that will also like to take the opportunity, I'm here to serve. We're doing virtual raised hands here. Here I can see it on my panelist list. I'll look around here, do my due diligence and courtesy. And so thank you very much. Those are the two presentations tonight, folks. Two very special ones with the deepest meaning here in Milpitas. All right, moved on to public forum. And so I want to welcome all the residents here tuning in and participating. I always love to see residents participate. I miss everybody coming to the meetings, my colleagues, staff, residents, visitors. You know, we're going to get back to it one day, hopefully next year, sooner. And so tonight, I want to thank all the residents for really your support for our city as we continue to make improvements to ensure the process is optimal. And so I will go now to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle, for the public forum, and I will go ahead and, because we have so many comments tonight and so many items, actually, folks just gotta take a look here. We got a lot of business to do, and I will request 1 minute per person. Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to give a welcome to our participants by Zoom webinar. It's very pleasing to see that quite a large number of our residents and visitors have joined. We have enabled through the IT department the chat feature solely for receiving any questions any of our attendees might have about the mechanics of using the raise hand feature and how they'll be able to mute or unmute themselves. So attendees feel free to use the chat box for that purpose, but the chat box is not available to provide public comment. Before I call on those who have joined the Zoom webinar, Mayor, I would like to respond to a request that we received last Tuesday during the special meeting. There were public comments submitted on September 29th through the forum online, and they were not read during this special meeting. I was requested to read those this evening. So if you will allow, I'm going to go ahead and read the 4 comments from last Tuesday.
Yes, please. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. From September 29th special meeting, first comment came from Yoli Garcia. It reads, I would just like to thank the mayor and city council for your continued help and support of our homeless and unhoused Milpitas residents. We really appreciate your actions on this. We also appreciate your push to get a mobile shower and laundry unit to Milpitas on a regular schedule. Hope for the unhoused are also working to get this done. Let's do this. Again, thank you very much, Yoli. The next comment you received is from Elena Gill. We have not been given any follow-up with plans or options for fields for softball. What is the status? Number 3, from Tina Ortiz. Good evening, council members. I want to ensure the city is still working towards attaining a location for softball fields. Also keeping in mind, the district may not be utilizing bond funds to relocate the fields they are taking, so it may be essential the city consider private investors to help fund the necessity. We appreciate your dedication to Milpitas youth and know you will towards ensuring the young ladies get what they deserve. The last comment is from Dennis Grilly. On September 17th, Mayor Tran, in the latest in a long series of similar instances, used his mayor Facebook page to harass and defame 2 citizens of Milpitas. First, a local businessman, and second, a long-serving citizen who merely asked that he stop the cyber harassment. This reckless, vindictive, irresponsible, childish behavior is an embarrassment to you, the city council, and to all responsible Milpitas citizens. It is exactly the behavior you would expect on a middle school playground, not in our government. Mr. Tran's behavior is contemptible and his leadership is a void. The unfortunate victims deserve a public apology. That's the conclusion of the comments from last Tuesday. We're going to move now to our exciting to unveil our first public comments here through the Zoom webinar. I see quite a large number of raised hands, so I'll call upon each speaker. Please be aware there's a timer up on the video screen displayed for 1 minute. And so after 1 minute, you should put your hand down and the mayor can turn to me to call the next speaker. Our first speaker is Allison McDonald.
Good evening. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be able to speak to you myself. My name is Allison McDonald. I'm a 22-year resident of Milpitas. I live near Hillview Avenue and the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way trail. I'm calling tonight about the hotel conversion project in my neighborhood. Converting a hotel to permanent housing seems like a great idea to me, as it will mean fewer travelers coming and going in our neighborhood on a daily basis to stay at the hotel, and will replace them with long-term residents. It will likely cut down on traffic, as these folks will be accessing nearby services and transportation. I'd much rather see this than an abandoned building or rundown hotel, as the current owner wants to leave. It will hopefully provide a home to some unfortunate individuals, and I hope the city will be able to establish a way to prioritize these folks who live here in our city who are in need of housing. We're lucky the county got state funding and will provide ongoing services to run the program. Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker shall be Voltaire Montemayor.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate the time's up. Yeah, it's a cool thing. Yeah.
If Mr. Montemayor could unmute the microphone, please.
Mr. Montemayor, sir, how are you doing? Yeah, this is a new thing, folks. Residents, community members, please bear with us. Even the timer here and the sound at the end, all new things. And the main point is to have equal timing for everybody. And I know 1 minute is 1 minute. I fully understand that. But when we have so many comments and we are working on evenings, this is kind of a challenge. And so thank you for being with us. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. Mr. Montemayor, can we go back to him or do we?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
we'd like to give each participant an opportunity to unmute the microphone after they're called upon. If we don't hear after 10 or 15 seconds the speaker, we could go to the next one. Mr. Montemayor, you'll need to unmute your microphone. Please raise your hand again and we'll call upon you later if you'd like. Next speaker shall be Howard Young. He appears to have dropped off from the list.
Hello,
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Howard Young. I'm a 15-year resident of Milpitas. I've lived near the high school, and I'm speaking on, actually against the extended stay homeless project. There hasn't been really a public process in Milpitas for the residents to find out. There hasn't been any available information. I heard it really through the news. I think it's really an unfair and undemocratic process. This really needs to be advertised throughout the whole entire city. What impacts there are to our schools and our city resources and who's going to pay. I'm concerned that it's not proportional to the city of Milpitas. It's such a big process. I'm concerned about the safety and drugs, alcohols, and loitering around the area. We already take on a lot already from the odors from the region, and the zoning rules are violated here. So I'm against the project, and I need a public process that's better.
Thank you so much, Howard. Thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker shall be Charles Schletzbaum.
Welcome, Charles.
Howdy. With all the hullabaloo about the desperately needed project to provide housing for the unhoused, it came to my attention that the council has failed in one of its responsibilities. We've apparently been given a grant years ago to hire a person to coordinate services to help with the increasing numbers of unhoused. Although homelessness seems to have been on the rise before COVID, this position was apparently left blank due to a hiring freeze. In light of the new management hire, it seems imperative with the increasing amounts of unhoused because of COVID, we find a way to make a legal exception as soon as possible to hire someone to coordinate these services, including help place Milpitas individuals in the new facility coming to Hillview. Please help relieve some of the overload from the Milpitas police. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles.
Mayor, your next speaker is someone registered as Loreto QD's Brigade, Silicon Valley.
Sounds good to me. Welcome.
Loreto
Hi.
QD.
Good evening. My name is Loreto Quevedo Dimandal, founder and volunteer community organizer for Loreto Cuties Brigade. I'm also a member of the advocacy group Hope for the Unhoused. So I'd like to thank everyone that support this project and extended stay in. That would help to provide permanent housing to the unhoused, and hopefully, if this is just for an adult unhoused, that there will also be opportunities for the families of unhoused school children to have family homes, whether it's apartments or whatever form it takes. And we would like to support that as well. So we'd like to ask City Council as well and the county that provide, can I still go on?
You got 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Provide all those mobile laundry and shower, and also the Valley Health nurses to come and look at the situation of the unhoused in Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Loreto. Thank you. We hear you. Thank you so much.
The next speaker shall be Myrna Enriquez.
Welcome
Thank
aboard,
you.
folks.
Hi, my name is Mirna Enriquez. Thank you so much for the time. I'm here on behalf of the Wage Death Coalition of Santa Clara County. And I just, regarding the wage staff measurement, I want the city council to consider doing these measurement to all private business, because this is a issue that affects all workers, and we need to make sure that we end wage theft. So please consider the all private construction projects are included in this measurement. Thank you.
Thank you, Myrna.
The next speaker shall be Paul Kwan.
Hi, my name is Paul Kwan. Do you hear me? My name is Paul Kwan. Hey, I again the home key project, convert hotel in Milpitas for the homeless. Please do not tell us that this is not in your hand to resolve this project. If city of La Mesa in San Diego can resolve the home key project, there's no reason our city council cannot do it. Of course, if you really care our interests, and you will do it for us. And actually, Milpitas is only 125 homeless based on 2019 survey. And this project never get engaged community and get feedback and concern from the resident. This is lack of transparency, and never did comprehensive study on the impact for neighborhood and operation costs in future.
Thank you very much, Paul. I hear you loud and clear. Talk to you later.
Okay.
The next speaker shall be An Bui.
Welcome on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Okay, all right, thank you. My name is Anh Bui. I live on 561 Paseo Refugio, the street that lead up to the proposed project for the home key. On my street, there are about 25 houses. So if there's 3 people in each house, then we have like about 75 residents. And we are asking to add about 264 new residents. I want to understand how that the city would be able to accommodate, that many more residents in, that small area, particularly on road use and land park use, and also like for the children and the older adults.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is
I
Jessica.
want to take a moment here. If any Milpitas family or resident has a question, we can't answer it right now because we're kind of at a public forum. And so I encourage all residents to reach out to the whole city council on the city website and send us your questions. We're here tonight to receive your questions on the public forum, but also I want to really express for everybody here tonight, go ahead, please follow up and email us with your concerns and questions. Thank you. Mary, please.
Next speaker shall be Jessica Yu.
Welcome, Jessica.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Is it Wendy or is it Jessica?
Jessica, can you hear?
Oh, sorry about that. New system here. Just reading the screen. Jessica, please.
Yes. Hi. I'm Jessica Yu. I live in Milpitas more than 20 years. I totally disagree with this project about the homeless person housing in the Milpitas, because Milpitas is such small, crowded city. Especially, I think this project is illegal because it didn't get most Milpitas residents agree. I need a council member to helping us stand up, protecting us, get everybody communicate, get the majority agree. Otherwise, this project is illegal. It affects our society. We don't want to get homeless person from San Jose. San Jose has around 7,000 homeless person. Milpitas only have 100 something. It's not right. It's not fair. Please helping us, Mayor Tran, please.
Thank you very much, Jessica. I hear you. Please follow up email to the whole council. Yes, thank you. We hear you. Okay, next, Mary.
Next speaker is J.M. Bro.
Hello, my name is Janice Bro, and I've lived on Clyde Court in Beresford Estates for 25 years. My comments pertain also to the conversion of the extended stay hotel homeless housing. I personally feel like I've been left in the dark about this important project. I've been finding out information about this project via Nextdoor and articles and resident comments. I expect the elected officials of Milpitas to provide necessary updates to the residents so we can determine what position to take, whether we should support or whether we should not support. And I'm asking for Milpitas city officials to please update the residents as soon as possible and would like for you to publish a date as to when that can happen.
Thank you very much. We hear you loud and clear. I am listening. We are listening. And I ask that everybody send an email to us and you will be heard. Yes, next.
Next speaker is Suraj Viswanathan.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to let you know that I drafted a petition on change.org to listen to the residents that are affected by the Home Key project. We created this order or petition about 2 o'clock today, and there are more than 600 residents who have signed up requesting that the city council considers this in a future agenda so that you can listen to the residents directly and answer their questions. I would recommend for you to take a stand today, not to go ahead with the vote that you have in agenda item 15 or 16. I would recommend that you validate or you give respect to the petition and the members who have signed it, and give them a chance to come forward in front of the council and listen to their questions and answer them before you take a stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jacqueline Romero. Jacqueline Romero.
We'll come back if, we'll give it 5-10 seconds. If not, we'll come back. Folks, if you're in the queue, please be mindful of others as your position in the queue shortens to none. And so, Mary?
Okay, next speaker shall be Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Very much, Mary. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor, and the entire City Council and city staff for enabling the service for having public comments be made. I just wanted to say that the City Council and city staff should consider the redevelopment in terms of a fire, police, and as well as City Council department with the different technology platform, and as well as the affordable housing. By enabling the services through generating the new streams, through the new services, and that will be helpful for the community development and as well as enrichment of the for the city of Milpitas. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Next hand is from Lisa.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor Tran, City Council and city staff.
Welcome.
We are with my name is Lisa, and I'm a co-founder of Hope for the Unhoused. And we are very pleased that the city of Milpitas is working closely with the county of Santa Clara to try to help our homeless community. The hotel is a good start to that, as well as getting public showers for our unhoused. I wish people would really look deep inside themselves and really understand that anybody can end up homeless. And although I understand the point of it being a concern in their backyard, please understand that the homeless people are out there, and there are going to be more and more homeless people due to what's going on in our world today. So please, I urge all of you to take a step back and please consider the humanity of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And I just want to real quick, I see comments. I know one resident is gonna, I think Mrs. Romero, we do see you. So you're in the queue, you will be heard. Okay, Mary?
Next speaker is Gang Chen.
Welcome.
Mr. or Miss Chen, did you unmute your microphone?
Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
Mr. Chen, yes, I hear you.
Okay, so I saw the homeless project news from Mercury. I didn't see anything from our city official. There's no communication to the city of Milpitas directly. And there's no explanation the process and also how this project gets evaluated, why that location is chosen. So we feel in the dark. So so because of this, so we are very much against it because we don't hear anything, and we feel this is just thrown to the city of Milpitas without any information. So yeah, right now I feel very much against it.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. I encourage you to email myself and the city council and continue concerns. Thank you. Mary?
Next speaker will be Jesse.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
Doing great, Mayor.
All right.
My name is Jesse Lee, and I'm speaking about the homeless project. So there are two concerns. One is this is not like a typical mixed-use project. This is an outright project purely for homeless people. So it's a high concentration of 150 to 200 homeless people in one spot. So as you know, mixed-use projects tend to be a little more successful because you have a mix of different people. A single project like this with a massive number of people in need, it's going to lead to problems. And secondly, if you read Jamboree's classification, this is considered a housing first project. The housing first clients are the long-term homeless with drug problems and mental issues. So we're getting the, I don't want to say the worst of the worst, but the most dysfunctional types in one location. Consider that, please.
Okay, next, Mary.
Next speaker will be Joseph Weinstein.
Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Doing good, Mayor. Thank you, Joseph Weinstein, 626 Hamilton. I've got 1 minute to do this. I want everybody, if you can, to go read the letter that I sent to the Milpitas Beat regarding the assault on our First Amendment rights by the Milpitas city government and staff. I do want to thank the government and staff since they changed their procedures and are now allowing us to speak on our own. But I think it's very, very important that the council people recognize, and I know you're not doing this purposely, but if you take a look at the incidents over the last couple of years, every few times you're doing something that's either causing the city staff or the residents to question whether or not we have the freedom to speak. Please review that letter and please dedicate yourselves to supporting the residents and encouraging us to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. You know we're doing a lot better. Mary, next.
Van Leong.
Hey, Van, how you doing?
Van Leong.
Yes, we know it's a new.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
There you go. It's the
Okay.
Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Okay, do it again. My name is Dan. I'm 25-year resident of Milpitas. I want to talk about extended stay homeless project. I wonder how many of you or staff have looked into Jamboree's business history, the operations or the property. I have, and I want to share that with you. As you know, Jamboree Housing Corporation, which manages this hotel conversion, they are based in Irvine, California, and they manage 75 property. 58 of them in Southern California, only 2 is the Bay Area. So from my research, all the property were apartment converted to apartments. None of them were from hotel to apartments. So clearly for these guys, they're trying to expand the business in the Bay Area, and they want to use Milpitas as a guinea pig for the new business venture. So I want you to consider whether this is the right thing to do for using us as a guinea pig.
Thank you very much, Van and folks. Everybody, 1 minute. I know is 1 minute. It's however folks feel. I know, but go ahead. Please email us. I'm asking you kindly and respectfully. Please email us. We're on the city website. Mary, who's next?
Next is Christopher Martin.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Fantastic. How are you, sir?
Great.
Great. So thank you, council, for the opportunity to speak. Mayor Tran has a long history of inappropriate behavior. However, I want to highlight what he's done in just the last month. He's engaged in vigilantism, lied about his military record, made statements that devalued African Americans, violated the Hatch Act, violated the Brown Act, destroyed public records, defamed residents, local business owners, former council members, and present council members. He has made up lies to intimidate and ruin people's reputations within the Milpitas community, as well as violated FPPC regulations. So I asked the city council to act, to look into the city's censorship policy. Now the council may not agree that Mayor Tran has violated any federal, state, or local laws, but we can all conclude he has made a mockery of the city council's code of conduct and ethics, which is in itself grounds for censorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Tough job being the mayor. Mary, next.
Next is Sergey Odintsov.
Hey,
Hello.
welcome. How you doing, Sergey?
Thank you. So I'm resident here around 4 years already, and I'm against this project. I think it's project really not tested somewhere else, or if it's tested, it should be researched how it's effective, how it's efficient. I think it's really really dangerous for our future generation and for residents. So I am against, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergey. And please follow up with an email as well. I want to respect more than 1 minute of everybody. And so please email us. I just constant reminder for folks, please send that email to the whole city council. Thank you very much, Mary.
Next is Gino Relampagos.
Gino, how you doing? Welcome.
How you doing, Mayor Tran and staff? My name is Gino Relampagos, 30-year resident of Milpitas. Just concerned about the extended stay conversion to supportive housing. You know, there's no doubt that we want to address the homeless problem in our county, but we're just curious as to why in Milpitas and why weren't the city officials transparent about this project to the residents. Main concern is the location and the lack of transparency. It's pretty close to residential homes, parks, and hotels. I'm just curious, you know, we'd like to have like maybe a special meeting to hear, you know, residents' input, details. We'd like to see some impacts to the city. And, you know, just overall kind of transparency and how the vetting process works with Jamboree and how they choose the people to, I guess, live in these homes. That's pretty much it.
Gino, thank you very much. We hear you. And again, please, folks, send an email. I'll say it every time. Mary, next.
Next is Galina Odintsova.
Hey, welcome.
Hello, thank you very much. I want to also to speak about homeless project. As I understood from the news, because yeah, our city council wasn't really transparent about it. So this meant to be for the people with mental issues and with drug problems. And I please ask you to reconsider it, because we have the Cardoza Park and elementary, William Burnett Elementary School, that is less than 1 mile from this project. And I don't want to put safety of our children, I don't want to do it on their expense. I don't want them to be unsafe on this with this homeless project around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Galena. We hear your voice loud and clear. And please follow up with an email. Thank you so much. Mary?
Next speaker is Diane Lee.
Welcome, Diane. Good evening.
Diane Lee, L-E.
Yeah, I just want to remind folks, if you're in the queue or whatnot, just keep an eye on your mute button. I know it may be a new software or platform for many folks, but the mute button, I think bottom left corner maybe of your screen.
Oh, yes. Milpitas already had a landfill for my how I can smell the odor, and we already have correctional facility, and we already have sewage, and now the shelter. I think it's unfair for Milpitas, and the area they plan to build the shelter is very crowded. It's close to the school, to the market, and close to the resident. So please reconsider. And not only that, the traffic jam too. So these are all my concerns for Milpitas City.
Thank you, Diane. I hear you loud and clear. And let's every resident connect with the council tonight or tomorrow via email. Thank you. Mary?
Thank you. Yes.
Next speaker will be Huyen Nguyen.
Welcome.
I just want to say about the Home Key project is that, I mean, I didn't even hear about this until now, and I think that if you're going to have a project like that, that it should be for families with kids.
I'm not hearing anything. Mary, are you hearing any voices?
Yes, Miss Lee is speaking, but it's extremely low volume, very difficult to hear.
Okay.
Miss Lee, can you turn up the volume on your phone or computer?
Okay.
Do you want me to call the next speaker, Mayor?
Yeah, and message our great resident. Let him. We're going to give him 100% chance to talk. We just want to make sure we can hear him. I can't even. It's like a hearing test to me right now. I can't hear one bit. But we're going to get to you. Just stay on the queue. We're going to get to you. Okay. We're going to go to the next speaker. But if you can check your microphone settings, if you have someone there with you, to just go to the settings and check it and make sure your microphone's up. And we want to make sure we can hear you. I don't want to give you the 1 minute and then just not even hear you. That's not fair. So please check your microphone. I know you hear me. We'll get back to you. Okay, stay with us. Mary, who's next?
Next one will be Yolanda Garcia.
Hi, this is Jolie.
Hey, Yolanda.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and council people. I'm Yoli Garcia. I've been a resident of Milpitas for over 40 years. I'm in favor of this project, and our most vulnerable residents need our help and compassion. I'm hoping people will continue to attend the community meetings. There was one last night, and the next one I believe is October 22nd. The county is managing this project, and hope for the unhoused group in Milpitas are already helping, and we will continue to do so. By the way, the dump and landfill were here before the 60s. We knew when we moved here that they were here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoli. Talk to you later. Mary.
Next speaker is Monica Tsang.
Hey, Monica, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, Monica,
Yeah.
welcome. We hear you.
Hi, Mayor and council members. First of all, I would like to say I voted for you, Mayor, 4 years ago, and I had really high hope for you. But right now, the only thing I can see is this homeless shelter you are going to put almost right next to my house. So I understand people are saying we should be considerate of the unhoused people, but this cannot be the only location suitable for this purpose. And proportionally, this is not making sense. Please reconsider the location. I believe there are other locations more suitable than this one. Please help us.
Thank you, Monica. I hear you loud and clear. Go ahead and send me an email as well to council. I got a good update for you. So Mary, next.
It's now again Hien Nguyen. I hope we'll hear the volume best now.
Yes, welcome. We got you. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, good. I'm sorry. I've been living in Milpitas for about 20 years. So regarding the Home Key project, I mean, if we are to help the homeless, I mean, I do agree that the location may be a bad location because of it's near the school. Plus, it should be for families with kids, and they should be registered with our school, Milpitas school system. I mean, I don't think we should have homeless people from outside the city if we are to help the homeless. And plus, I would like more transparency and communication to the community about this project if it's going to be ongoing.
Thank you so much. We hear you loud and clear. For accountability, I ask that each person emails the city council on the city website with, so that we know we could continue conversations past 1 minute. And but I hear you loud and clear. I think we're together on this as a community of sorts. And so Mary, next.
Next speaker is Yang Liao.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Yang Liao. I have some concerns about the location. This location is described as mainly surrounded by highway and the commercial area, which is very misleading. You can just walk a few minutes and get to the big, huge residential community. So I don't know why they describe this location as the commercial surrounded place. Also, this company, they run the housing in Sacramento, and I looked into the crime report, and after 1 year that place completed, the crime rate increased to 18% for that area, while the whole city crime rate is actually dropping that year. So I want to know how they can make sure our security. Also, I heard our Milpitas homeless student might not even be qualified to get in the place. I just want to make sure if our student, sorry, my time is up.
Yeah, but you know what?
Sorry.
I'm gonna say it again because it's not over with the public forum. Feel free to email myself. I'm asking you actually to email me and the city council so that we can track tomorrow's a new day. And so Mary, next.
Next is Sia Yu.
Hey Sia, how you doing?
I'm good.
Right.
I'm Milpitas the resident. So I also against the Home Key project. So I don't want to waste the people's time. So I try to send an email to all 3 city councilors past couple 2 days. But unfortunately, all my email have been permanent blocked. So in this meeting, keep saying send an email. If our email has been permanent blocked, how are we able to send email to Milpitas City Council? Thank you.
Wait, is my email blocked or is it good?
Yeah, it's all 3 councilors the email
Okay.
block.
What about my email? Did you sent one to me, right?
Yeah, we send everyone.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's all
please send.
blocked.
Oh no, mine's not blocked. Go ahead, please. I'm asking you. And then you can find me on the internet too, as well as the rest of the council.
I found it from city homepage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go to the City of Milpitas website, please. And then
Yeah, I found the email from that website.
Okay, yeah, and then the City of Milpitas as well website. We're gonna continue. We're gonna listen to you in a different space. Thank you so
please
much.
fix it so we can use the email.
Yep. We're gonna get it, and we'll go next here, Mary.
Next is Yvonne Tangari.
Hey, Yvonne, how you doing? We are here for you. I know you may be checking your mute button or setting up your devices.
Oh, hi. Good evening.
Yeah, there you go, Yvonne. How you doing?
Good evening. Hi, I'm good. So I'm a 30-year-old resident in Milpitas. I also wanted to express my concern regarding this homeless shelter project. So as a city resident, I myself did not hear about this project from any social media until about a couple of days ago. And as I was trying to do some research, I found very limited information regarding this project. And also per my own research from previous projects in other places, I found this kind of project may have long-lasting and negative impact on the local community. So I also concur some of the previous speakers' concern that it is unfair that the residents are not fully informed about the plan and the potential impact on the community. So I would like to request a special city meeting to hear more and to discuss more openly. I believe residents have the right to know more and to let our voices be heard before the decisions made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. I think that's a fair request. Please email me as well as the city council that request. Residents do deserve that. Next, Mary.
Eric Dunn.
Hey, Eric, how you doing?
Hey, Rich, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for taking the time to hear from the community. So I think you probably heard from multiple people the shared opinions, but the ones I think I would highlight again are the location choice to be a good balance of services for the respect of the homeless people, but also a proximity sufficient for any kind of dangerous areas such as children. As mentioned, this is about a minute from or less from the most popular child park in Milpitas, so I wouldn't choose it as the best option at least. I'd also note that it's important for us to have sufficient enter and exit criteria for this shelter, regardless of whatever place we put this in, to help mitigate some of the risks of, for instance, another person mentioned crime and drug rates that might be affected by the entrance of these people. So if we can obviously want to help these people, but we also want to make sure we consider the safety of our group. Finally, clarity on next steps and how the community can participate so we get sufficient representative voice of our people is very critical here. So once again, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Milpitas hears you, asking every person to send an email to the city council and continuance. Mary?
Next speaker is Rekha Pardeshi.
Hey, Rekha, how you doing? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and the City Council. My name is Rekha and I'm a Hillview resident. I also have my office on Hillview, very close to this location that the Home Key project is going to be in. I heard about the Home Key project in my neighborhood through the Nextdoor app. However, I have not heard anything officially from the City Council at all. The Home Key project is a feel-good project for sure and makes everyone think hard about the moral values and, being good to other humans and all of that. Everybody wants to help. However, this project is full of confusing facts for the Milpitas residents. The word permanent housing and interim housing is used loosely throughout the presentations. Too many confusing facts or lack of. We have been told the process of screening is undetermined, which is extremely concerning. The only way I will support this project is if City of Milpitas officials confirm that they will make sure that students and families will be
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I tell you what, your voice is heard throughout the city tonight. And please, out of really the support of the community, I ask you to also send an email to the council as myself. Mary?
Next is Veronica Salce.
Hey, Veronica, how you doing? We hear you.
Hello?
Yes,
Can
yes.
you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Veronica Salce. I'm a resident of Milpitas. I am in favor of the in-house project. And I think that everybody deserves to have a roof over their head because it doesn't make anybody better than others, but it's just a helping hand. And also, I would really appreciate if there was some affordable housing, or if there was a way other families can get in that are vulnerable families that are struggling, and others should think about that they can be unhoused anytime. It can happen to anybody. So please consider going forward with this project, and I support it all the way.
Thank you very much for your comment. Mary, next.
Lan Dong.
Okay, next up, Lan.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, please.
Yeah, my name is Nancy. I'm the resident on the Esquala Place. Yeah, I'm so surprised to hear this project because I'm in the real estate business, but I never heard about this project, And a lot of my clients, they are concerned about the property value, the safety issue they mentioned to me. So I just wanted to know more about that. I wanted all the procedure to be transparency so we can know what's going on, and that we can, it's really good, the benefit for the Milpitas residents or not. So we can tell the client, and I think it's very important for all the residents in the Milpitas. So we just wanted all the procedure be transparent, Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Lan. And I ask you also to send an email to the council, everybody, in whatever you feel, send an email. Thank you very much, Mary.
Next speaker is Tina.
Hey, Tina, how are you? Good evening.
Hi, this is Tina. I'm a resident of the Milpitas, and I also want to talk about Home Key project. And I noticed that we have an agenda item 15 tonight. The city will going to decide if we are going to endorse this program. So I suggest that we don't take a position tonight and host another meeting to give more information to the residents and hear more from the residents too. And it's important because we are in this together. It will have impact to our city and everyone. So I hope the city can have this information meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. And this is the public forum. Okay, Mary, next.
Mayor, there are no more hands raised to speak for public forum right now, but I would like to ask the community out there if Voltaire Montemayor or Jacqueline Romero, are they interested to speak? Their hand hasn't appeared again and we were unable to hear them earlier.
Right, due to technical difficulties, not on our part. So let's go with the ladies first here, if I may. Jackie Romero, are you there? We are here. If you have your personal device functioning, we are here as always. We'll wait for you a little bit too, because I know in the past you've had some technical difficulties with your technology.
At this time, she's not registered in the meeting, so I cannot call upon her. Mr. Montemayor is registered in the meeting as attendee, but his hand is not raised at this time.
Okay.
Let's see, there may be one more. I see a blue hand. Let me see here.
You're doing a great job, Mary. Thank you. And we'll get this done and accomplished.
Okay, there is another speaker, Zhao Tong Fu.
Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you, Ms. Mayor and council members. I'm a new member to Milpitas. I really love this place. So I'd like to call about this home key project, as many residents have mentioned. So I actually attended a session yesterday. It's very informative, but again, I don't think many members or many residents are aware of this kind of project and their details. So they're having the sessions, I think, October 20 something. So I would urge other residents, if you haven't heard about it, to listen to it. But for this project, I think there's some key information is still kind of missing for us. So I want the city members, the council members to step in for more transparent information to help us get to know what this project is doing and how we can make it more transparent for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fu. And it sounds like you're requesting some leadership. I would say email the city council, myself. I saw a comment in the chat that said, what email? And so I want to be really informative. And so our emails, as the public forum, is only limited to 1 minute. And you can email us, and responses, I think, I have great faith they will be there. I know mine will. So on the City of Milpitas website, you can Google it or Yahoo or Bing, search City of Milpitas website, and under the kind of the tab or the web page for elected officials, you can see myself, the vice mayor, city council, and you can email us. And that's really the area where a lot of work happens. So I just want to remind folks that are watching, I know you're watching, that's the email I'm referring to on the City of Milpitas website. A lot of business gets taken care of, a lot of business gets accomplished there, I'll tell you that. And as your workplaces respectively. And so please email us, City of Milpitas website under elected officials. There's our kind of webpage and our information, our contact information. So the email is very good. Thank you very much. Mary?
Next speaker is Raghav Karnan.
Welcome.
Hello, Mayor.
Yes.
This is Raghav. I live in 782 Pachico Drive. I think we came to know about this, though this is happening very close to our home. We came to know very late about this. And even later, we have seen the previous hotel project that at least we were aware that it's coming and we could voice out and understand it. But this is something which came so fast, and I think it's very uncomfortable, the fact that I've been living in Milpitas for 12 years and we bought a home in this residential area thinking it's in a pristine residential area. And all of these things are happening so close, and we are really not comfortable having this kind of a project here. We just wanted to voice it out.
I hear you. Thank you for your comments. Asking every person to send an email, because everybody deserves way more than 1 minute, absolutely, way more. And so thanks for bearing with the 1 minute tonight. Emails are very strong form of communication. Thank you very much. And then tomorrow's another day. Mary?
Next is Liza Abella.
Hey, Liza, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We are here. Yes, we'll always give folks a few moments to unmute their microphone or.
There you go. Hi, Mr. Hello.
Lisa, how you doing?
Good. I've been a resident for 23 years and I have loved this community. I am a volunteer for the CERT. It's just very disheartening that this all happened, just like what everybody says, rather quickly and without us having any voice with this community that we love. My concern is the accountability of what will happen after it is here. I know we want to be generous. A lot of us are very lucky that despite everything that's going on, we still have our homes, but the accountability after it is here, because yes, the crime rate might go up. We have abandoned shopping carts, garbage, graffiti everywhere. And if this is just going to keep happening, by this facility being here, who's going to be accountable? So let's just come together as a community and figure this out. And if it's possible, put it somewhere else. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and please follow up to the council with your email. Mary?
Next is Linda Wang.
Hello, Mayor. This is Linda's husband, Nelson.
Oh, how you doing, sir? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I've been hearing the thing for quite some time. I think right now I want to ask. You keep saying sending us an email, sending you guys an email. I want to hear how you reach out to all of us. Okay. You email. Not everybody has email. Not everybody follows social media. Why don't you use the old-fashioned way? Send out a postcard to every resident. Tell us when we're going to have an online meeting. Exactly when, where, what we discuss. Okay, to make the thing available to everybody to be participated in the things. Because we've been living in Milpitas for 25 years. I just learned about this through a friend last week. Seems that you guys and council people, three or four of you, take advantage of Milpitas people's niceness. Okay, secretly, under the table. So I wanted to be transparent. Send out a
Mr. Wayne, thank you very much. And you're going to get transparency. I'll tell you that. You know, we don't do none of that nonsense.
Hope so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're going to get it. You're going to get the transparency. You want to trust me. Yeah. All right, Mary. And also please send the email though, because that, you know.
Yeah, I want you guys to reach out to us, not only send to you.
Right, and so yeah, and so you know, there's got to be a communication. So you're gonna get it.
Communication,
Mary. Right now, I hear you. I hear you. We hear the residents. I hear the residents. Trust me. Okay. And I wish we could talk more, but we only have a minute. That's why I'm saying email. And then if you email me, I can email you back, and then we can accomplish your goal, which is a shared goal, I think. Mary.
Next speaker should be Voltaire Montemayor.
Hey, Voltaire, there you are.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, my thought was to all of you on the city council panel. This is just about the yard sign installation. We have a little bit problem on installing on the city properties. And please be lenient a little bit, please. And then I understand the side of the people. They have the right to deny or not allowing us, but it's a PPC regulation. So, and I understand why they're not letting us sometimes. I understand. So I'm just through this meeting to ask favor from the people to let us do it. In any way they could give us favor. It's just a matter of 1 month, 4 weeks to go. So we could put our yard signs and it's ready. I have few more to install, but anyway, no complaint. I'm just letting this meeting as my connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Voltaire. I do want to remind you, we kind of refrain from campaigning as much as possible during city council meetings, but we do hear you. Mary.
Wendy Duong.
Hey, Wendy, how you doing? Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I found out about this today and able to join the meeting. I like to follow up on the accountability and also follow up on how you will reach out to all Milpitas community about this project and all the meetings related to this project in the future. Plus, I just don't understand that why, I mean, we are compassionate people, all of us. You know, a lot of us is very privileged. I understand that we need to help other people, but there should be location that should accommodate homeless. It shouldn't be 5 minutes away from residents, 5 minutes away from parks. And the accountability is a major thing that you guys need to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I hear you loud and clear, and I look forward to more developments very soon. Mary?
Next is Christina.
Hey, Christine, how you doing? Welcome to tonight's meeting.
Hey, Mayor and Council Member, good evening. This is Christina. I have actually been living in Milpitas for maybe 15 years. And again, I love the neighborhood. But I just want to call in and echo what Nelson said earlier. A lot of people who I spoke to and shared the information about these meetings have no access to internet or do not know how to, sign up for meetings and to participate, like, for example, in tonight's meeting. So I think a lot of the voices are not being represented, even though I believe many people are joining tonight. Also, I participated in last night's meeting with Jamboree's housing. And the one feeling I have walking away from the meeting is the residents' concern is not really addressed. They keep on telling us that, they're doing it for the homeless people, how safe it's going to be for them, how convenient is it for the future homeless people who will be in that housing, but never address current resident concern. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. I hear you loud and clear, and please email us. I want to be connected. I think the council always wants to be connected with every person, and that's I like getting tired of hearing me say it like a broken record. But let's connect. Let's all connect. Mary.
That was the last speaker for the public forum, Mayor.
Okay, Mary, thank you very much. I was told before the meeting that there was going to be a lot of folks coming into the public comment to speak, and I'm always happy to hear from residents, longtime residents, no matter how you feel. And I know there's various kind of thoughts during the public forum. So I just want to use this time to thank everybody and to encourage everybody to continue to connect via email at this time. Communication is key. Okay, I see a virtual raised hand, Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I promised Chris this won't be, I'll try to make it short. First and foremost, I do want to thank our community for coming out. I know that this project, please know, along with you, we're learning as we go. And so I want to make it very clear that there is no, I know how you're feeling. I know that you're feeling that there must be more transparency, more information, which I totally understand those feelings and where they're coming from. But I do want to make it clear that we're also learning about this project along with you. And so I encourage you to please stay engaged. There is a meeting on October 22nd, and I do want to ask staff if you could please put down in the chat the website for the developer. He has stated yesterday that it's on October 22nd and that there is going to be written notification to those who live in proximity of the project. So if staff, if you could please follow up with that, and I do want to share that information with our community and make sure that they have that info before they head out of this room today, if possible. And so we will continue to learn together. I do want to apologize for those who are feeling disconnected. Again, connect with us. We're here to have these conversations, and please continue to stay engaged. Thank you very much for your patience and for your partnership.
Thank you very much, Council Member Dominguez, and everybody. Before we move on from the public forum, we cannot take any action right now because this is not on the agenda. And so that's one of the reasons I know folks want to hear something from us, but because it's not on the agenda, we can't talk about it. That's just how the rules are. And I know our city attorney is pleased because his job is to really reduce the risk, legal risk, but I'll go ahead and say it. We cannot say anything about it right now because it's not on the agenda. And that's the same transparency everybody wants. And so believe in your elected officials, each one of us, to do our job. No matter what it is, and it's a two-way street. We have to do it. No one does anything alone, and so we'll do it together at Milpitas. Thank you for tuning in to the public forum. Feel free to stay with us. I'm gonna go to the Vice Mayor now.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just want to really reiterate what both of you said. I think it's important that the meeting that's on the 22nd, as many as you go as possible. I'm the kind of person that I will look at those that come to me in an email, but I think, City Manager, don't we have the ability to send it out in more ways than just that so that we can keep the community informed, those that read email or text and things of that sort. And I think the mayor's correct. Send us any way you can, if that is by emails. We all have our phone numbers listed because we do want to make sure that we are responsive. But at the same time, I think it's important that at what point we do get to be involved, that not only the community, but we as council members become involved in what's going to be happening. And so I just think that the city manager needs to be the one that sort of takes the role in informing the community, because you have many more resources in informing them as to what meetings are taking place and things of that sort. So that's the only thing I would ask, because even that's where I get my information with regard to meetings. So I look forward to those of you that are going to send the emails. I'm hoping those that said our emails are blocked, they didn't mean those at the city, because I still get lots of emails. So thank you very much. And I look forward to reading all those that come my way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. And this ain't the last of it, folks. All right, moving on here to announcements and future agenda items. Let's go to our city manager to give us some announcements here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tran, members of the City Council. As we just saw under public forum this evening, we now are receiving public audio comments live. We push this update out on our social media platforms, and it's on this evening's council agenda. We're also transitioning this new format for all upcoming commission and subcommittee meetings. I know there's been some questions about that. We're certainly doing so. A little bit about the upcoming 2020 California general election. We do have local measure F on the Milpitas registered voters ballots, and a virtual Zoom meeting, community meeting, is scheduled for October 13th at 6 p.m. to engage the community and answer questions related to measure F. For more information on that, please visit our city website. Regarding the 2020 census, I'm pleased to announce that our city is now at 77.4%, which exceeds 2010 when we had a response rate of 75.5%. And we still have time to do better. We have up to October 31st, and I just want to let the public know you can participate online, by phone, or with a census taker in your neighborhood. I know in my neighborhood, I've seen census takers like every other day walking the streets and checking on addresses. So please participate. This is super important for the city. We want to get those numbers higher, and the better we do, the better we can shape the future for our city. Lastly, I just wanted to note on, as you know, I typically note on COVID-19 testing. We have the county pop-up service. The next one will be at the Milpitas Sports Center. That'll be on Monday, October 19th. Appointments will open for scheduling 7 days before the testing date. Again, that information is available on our website. You just take a look at the section on our website under news and announcements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. And now it's my turn. So for announcements for future agenda items, actually, for Project Home Key, I would like to have a vote here in regards to the Project Home Key, specifically AB 83, and I think the state's overreach into our local municipalities, whether it's AB 83 or any other state bill. This is a complete disrespect to cities like Milpitas. And, looking at AB 83 and the 90-day period that kind of goes along with the fine print for this project to be funded, I'm not happy with that. For the funding to be approved and to have residents or persons respectfully move in 90 days, total disrespect to our planning, to our zoning. And so I would like to put forward on the next city council agenda 2 weeks from now, litigation to explore CEQA and to explore the permitting process, and for us to put forward litigation against the state of California for not giving us our fair process Again, specifically with CEQA, the exploration of our rights there under AB 83, which I'm studying right now, and any type of appeals process that may be available. And I'd like for that to be agendized 2 weeks from today. And so, Chris, I'm going to check in with you before we go to the vote.
Sure, Mayor, I think what you're asking for from your fellow council members is a closed session anticipated litigation discussion to see if there's if AB 83 has any kind of relief valves for the city to consider.
Absolutely. We're seeking litigation and we'll take a vote on it. We're going to put Milpitas first. This is a future agenda items request. And so I'll do the virtual roll call. This is to support seeking litigation against the state of California or any party involved with Homekey for not giving our city its due process under CEQA, the permitting process, or anything under the sun. And so, Councilmember Fan.
Did you want to take comments from the council first, or?
Oh, okay.
No, Mayor Tran,
we're limited to time, folks.
Yeah, correct.
There's no discussion, please. Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Point of clarification.
City Attorney.
I think clarity is fine if there's a question just on what the motion or the proposal is, rather.
I just want to clarify, is this to sue the County of Santa Clara and our governor of California who has moved this project forward?
This is to sue any party related to the project, the state, the county, the developer, the operator, any party related to this project. Okay. Do you have any further questions for clarity?
I will go ahead and let the Vice Mayor go first, and then I may need another point of clarification.
Okay. Clarity, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yeah. So I was ready to vote yes based on what Chris said. So I just wanted to know, because his was, and it's changed now 3 times. So Chris, if I just like a clarity on what is it actually we're voting on, because Chris, I was ready to vote based on what you said.
I will defer to the mayor in terms of what his proposal is, but generally what we do under future agenda items is you say yes to actually have room for a discussion at a future meeting on that topic, or you say no because you don't want to have a discussion at a future meeting on that topic. I don't think we can talk in absolutes until you have that discussion. So
that's what I thought.
That's kind of why I was qualifying a bit, but I know the mayor has his position kind of earmarked already, but it's really a discussion first and see where you guys can go as a council.
And so I'll do the courtesy here. So per the request of Mayor Tran, I'm seeking a future agenda item for 2 weeks from today, closed session in regards to litigation against any party or government related to the Homekey project in regards to AB 83 and the exploration of our legal rights under AB 83 or federal or state law in the areas of CEQA or permitting or any other legal grounds, court cases, or precedences. Vice Mayor, do you have any further questions?
No, because that sounds to me what Chris just said.
Okay, great.
Right, Chris?
It does. It provides a room for you guys to have that discussion and then make a decision from there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I do see virtual raised hands. If I don't want to take away from any of our colleagues, and so if you have a virtual raised hand, up or down, thank you very much. Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I still have some problems with
clarity.
What you are
We're not to have a discussion.
Can you hear me?
Clarity. Yeah, please keep it short.
I'm still have some problems with what you are asking. You're asking us to further discuss this for potential litigation, or to just further discuss this just on AB 83.
Yes, potential litigation.
And that's where I'm a little bit concerned because when you're talking about potential litigation, you're talking about a lot of financial resources that our city doesn't have. But if it's just to discuss this, I will vote yes, but that's where I'm just a little bit confused. And I guess at that time I can get more clarification.
We can still agendize this as a closed session item without taking any fiscal impact. Chris?
Correct. It would just be an initial discussion. I'd provide
Okay.
you some research, and then you as a council could decide what to do from there.
Okay, to discuss it. Okay, I will vote yes on this.
Okay,
discuss
great.
it.
And a lot of folks are watching right now. And so I'm going to pick up where I left off. Councilmember Montano, and sorry, I know you just answered it. But for the record,
yes.
Yes, okay. Councilmember Dominguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
Yes.
and myself, yes.
My vote to yes, based off of the clarification.
Is that okay? I mean, how do we do this?
No, I think this is just general consensus. It's not an actual vote. So it sounds like everyone is unanimous to have the discussion. So I will prepare some research for the council, and we'll have a closed session on for anticipated litigation with city as plaintiff, which would be the city bringing a lawsuit. And we'll talk about that, and the council can direct me accordingly.
Thank you very much. That'll be October the 20th, actually. And so that's some decent timing right there. Thank you very much, everybody. Everybody watching at home, thanks for tuning in. With announcements, I want to continue here with my colleagues. If we're looking virtual raise hands, folks, if it's active, great. If not, I respect it. And so announcements here, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Let me just put my hand back down. So for a future budget item or future agenda item, I'd like to have on the agenda budget reductions. I know we keep talking about them. We keep, we're on the fringes. And I know in the past we have had a citizens budget committee. I know we've had employee groups get together and make recommendations to the city in the past. I think it was back in 2008 or so. I think we have had a number of like the commissions, department heads, but I think it's important now that persons are asking for transparency, persons are looking to us for leadership. Part of that leadership is also looking for community members, employees to bring their recommendations to us for consideration. We're in that budget formulation process, and I think it's important that we get that information as soon as possible. So I'd like to have that full discussion about how to formulate that and not just wait for administration to bring us their recommendations. So I'm asking the council to look at formulating those kind of groups to bring back recommendations for budget reductions for the next fiscal year as an item for discussion on the next agenda.
On the next agenda, so.
Well, on the next appropriate agenda, and I'll leave that up to the city manager and the deputy
City Manager. So I'm finishing your sentences.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, I think your purpose is, you know, I'm with you. But what is it exactly, for clarification? I'm not trying to have a discussion, Chris, our city attorney, but I just want to know what will we be actually attacking for this item? I'm not sure.
For the formulation of groups, those being employee groups getting together, citizen groups getting together, and then coming back for presentations to the council with regard to reductions in the budget. And when I say that, it's with regard to the next year's budget formulation, so that they know what we're looking at when it comes to reductions. And when I say that, it's services, it's things of that sort. So we have all the input we need.
So the unions, for clarification here, non-discussion, for the unions will will be brought in. The collective bargaining groups will be brought in, and they will be presenting to the council and the city residents. Is that what it is?
No, well, I think I would look to the last citizens budget group that was put together, looked at as a model. I would think that in 2008, they actually had union representatives to get together, look at what was in the budget, and then presented that. I'd look to see if that was in a paper, a white paper, or was that done in a presentation. I would look at citizen groups beyond that, because we have commissions that are able to do that same thing.
Okay, I like where you're going with this. Why don't we just have another meeting itself? Because you're talking about like community engagement, and that's something that our council has worked on. I know when we first came in that we really made that happen, which was, I think it was there before, but we actually took it to another level. So this sounds like something we can do as a community engagement type of meeting.
And I'm quite happy with that too, Mayor.
Okay, so yeah, not at the next meeting in 2 weeks as a regular city council meeting, but if I could have a friendly amendment to have a timely, respectful community engagement meeting on a different night, because it sounds like this is something that needs engagement. So is that okay, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, that's fine, because the one for the citizens was the Citizens Budget Task Force. I don't want to take too much time, but that's exactly what I like, that sort of involvement. So
yeah,
yes.
I want to take our time with something you're talking about is very important. And when would you like to have this kind of time period frame? When would you like this time period?
Well, I would look to the city manager and the deputy city manager to come back and give us that.
How about the week after? How about 3 weeks from now?
That's fine with me.
Yeah. Okay, we'll check in with their city manager here. I do want to really support our community, whether it's our folks, but checking with our city manager, is that feasible 3 weeks from now?
It may be feasible. I think I kind of prefer the previous language that you rely on myself and deputy city manager to program this, get this together. I need to take a look at some of the things that were referenced. Quite a bit was just mentioned. I haven't seen any of that material. I highly doubt he has either.
Okay, well,
I think if you can trust in us, we'll shoot for that, or what is?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we got tonight to talk, tonight to bring it up, and then if we need, even in 2 weeks, we can talk about it again and really make it happen again if we want. And then 3 weeks, I think that's a lot of time. And so,
I will commit to all options, and I understand it's important.
Okay, yeah. So I think all options is better than less than all options. So that should be very respectful to the vice mayor.
With that.
Yeah, it's a great one. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Definitely want to. I love the purpose of it. So. Do we need a general consensus? I just put your thumb up. Why not? I like it. And so virtual hands as well. Yeah. There you go. General consensus. All right. Carry on, Vice Mayor. Did you have any other?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. At this time, I would like to request the council support in order for us to explore the possibility. I know that state law has changed in the past couple of weeks and federal law in regards to increasing the rents on small businesses. In the past couple of weeks, I've been receiving numerous complaints from our small businesses who are receiving rent hikes as we speak, in the middle of COVID, in the middle of them not being able to afford their rent already. So I would like to move and try to pass an emergency request to see if we could cap the rents for commercial spaces in the city of Milpitas, and explore if it could be at least a time period to let our small business community breathe. I just feel it's I can't comprehend why they would be getting a rental hike, even if it's 3.75%. I do believe commercial spaces need to be protected. And so at this time, I would like to ask the council to bring back that item. I would like to see it within the next 2 to 3 weeks, just because of the sensitivity of the issue and our small business community. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
And then just a note for the council, Councilmember Dominguez and I did speak, and it's something I was researching lightly. If council was to be in agreement to want to explore this, then I would do additional research and come back to you just with some findings. And then at that time, if you wanted to direct an urgency ordinance, we could proceed accordingly.
Can I just
Lily, Councilmember
add
Finn?
a friendly amendment to include in there and explore things that we can do to support small businesses as it relates to their paying their rents.
Absolutely, friendly amendments accepted. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan.
Mayor, would you like me to go down the line or the dais?
Oh, you sure? Yes, please. Thank you.
So Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Councilmember Montano,
So I had a couple of questions on that or comments. Can you also include the Chamber of Commerce? So that way they can do outreach and find out if these businesses would be compatible with your request? Yes or no?
I think that could happen when we bring the item for discussion. I think right now it's just opening the floor for that to come back, but absolutely, Councilmember Montano.
Okay. All right, yes.
Explore. Thank you.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
Aye.
and Mayor Tran.
Aye.
Thank you. What I'll aim to do, just for the council's benefit, is we'll work to get some research going, which is already in progress. We'll get you a memo with some information, and assuming what the conclusions are of those findings, I may talk to some of you individually, but we'll plan to have an open session discussion so that whether it be something that I think we can do or not do, we'll have that discussion so everybody can hear it as well.
Thank you very much. All right. Pretty good announcements portion. I want to look at the virtual hand list if there's any. I appreciate everybody so much. All righty, we're going to keep it moving here. Announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
No.
Councilmember Dominguez.
No.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
No.
And Mayor Tran.
No.
Let the record reflect none to the first question. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicants on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's funny, I mentioned earlier to a resident, we try to avoid campaign talk during official city business, but we do it every time with campaign contributions. Oh man, it's gonna be a great night, folks. I know we got a lot of work to do, and I know where we are in the agenda, so let's keep the spirits up. And we're back to work. I know there's a lot going on in life, but tonight, city staff, directors, attendees, residents at home, let's be together tonight and do some good leadership and make our independent decisions. And let's just have a great night tonight. And I just want to just check in with folks. So moving on here to reading aloud the City Council Code of Conduct. Back to you again, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to go ahead and read the Council Code of Conduct that the council did adopt. The first is be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue and not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And I did want to emphasize that dais is just not the physical space within the council chambers, but it's also the virtual dais we are on here on Zoom. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with the Code of Conduct.
Thank you very much, Chris. And, I think we really mean it. Everything on the agenda, we mean. Folks watching at home, Pledge of Allegiance, we mean that. Invocation, we mean that. presentations, proclamations, we mean that. And code of conduct, we mean that. And so thank you everybody for your understanding. Moving on here to approval of agenda. Everything looks sharp to me. I'll look to my colleagues.
So move.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Montano. We have a second by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. That's the approval of agenda. Moving on to consent calendar, folks. If you're at home, I know you got the agenda in front of you. It's pretty cool to go along. We're all going along together. If it's your first time watching the meeting, you can go to the city website for the agenda. It's pretty much a list of what we got to do for our city business with pride and respect. And the consent calendar, let's see here. I'm going to try to look to my colleagues here for any requests to put any items on the agenda. That's what I'm trying to look at, but all very important items. How about, yes, no, let's see here. Okay, I'm not going to put anything on the consent calendar.
Well, I'd like to move the consent calendar.
I tried.
I second that.
All right, we got a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez. You have a second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye, and that's the consent calendar as it stands on our agenda. We're going to keep it moving here, folks. Public hearing time, item number 14. Let's conduct a public hearing and approve of the list of energy and water conservation measures and consider adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to the energy services agreement with NG Services US INC for the construction of energy and water conservation measures in the amount of $33 million, $983,429 actually. And we go into our Director of Public Works. Hey, this city runs on sewer and water. These are major projects in town. And we have our Director, Tony Enda, who's going to take us through this. Quite an exciting item for the infrastructure of the lifetime of Milpitas here. All right, Tony.
Thank you for that introduction, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Tonight, we get to hear and to make a decision on the Energy and Water Conservation Program. With me tonight is Deputy Public Works Director Elaine Marshall. And then from the NG team, we have Mr. John Paul Jewell on with us, who will be taking us through for a couple of slides on our presentation, and also Ms. Mariana DeBrito, who has been doing a lot of the technical aspects of the project. Next slide, please. So tonight's agenda, like we talked about, we're going to do an overview of the Energy and Water Savings Program, just to do a recap for not just the council, but the general public of where we all started and what we're doing this project for. Then we'll move on to reviewing the list of the energy and water conservation measures that have been recommended for our city. We'll also talk about the bundles that we put together. This is just groupings of projects that have the similar backgrounds with them. We'll go through as well and talk about the staff recommended project scope, and we'll talk about why we recommended those staff projects to move forward. Then we'll talk about a really important piece, which is the project financials. We'll talk about the cost of the projects, and then more importantly, talk about the savings that will be realized for the city. Next slide, please. So the goals of the program, first and foremost, economic goals. We're all going through tough times right now. And this project is just extremely important with being able to leverage energy and water savings guarantees to pay for the program itself. And we'll talk more as we go through, and you'll get to see as we look at the energy and water conservation measures that we're truly being able to take these savings that are generated from these projects to pay for the cost of implementing the projects over the life of the project itself. By doing this work, we'll also be addressing some of the economic issues when it comes to reducing our operation and maintenance costs. And then we'll be able to bundle, like we talked about, bundling some of the quick win projects with longer payback measures in order to make the project more palatable. By doing this work as well, we'll be addressing our environmental concerns. We'll be addressing our climate action plan goals in the process of doing this. We're going to improve resiliency of the city as we face climate change. We face power outages that occur throughout our city. We'll be able to address some of these projects, and we'll be able to implement some of these actions with lasting climate benefits. Then the human aspect of it is also very important. We'll be able to address community safety with a couple of the ECMs that we're putting in place, and then we'll also enhance building comfort and usability. Next slide, please. So just to recap for everyone, I know we've seen this slide before when we first discussed this with council, but we always start off to our very left. I know you're looking at the left of your screen there. You always start off as a base. Your base is what you're paying right now for energy, what you're paying right now for water, and what you're paying right now for O&M costs. So when you get through the project itself and you implement the ECMs during the payment period, so let's say you're looking at a 20-year financing period, or maybe a 10 or 15 year financing period. During that period, and once the project's been implemented, you're automatically going to reduce your your water, and your O&M costs are going to reduce. And what you're paying for at that time is the smaller amount of your energy and water O&M cost. You're also paying for any debt financing that you're doing, and you immediately realize savings from that program right away. Then after you pass your financing period, which is now the bar to your very, very right there, those full savings are realized. Now you're not paying any debt services anymore. You've permanently reduced your energy, your water, and your O&M costs. And now these are savings that live with the city in perpetuity. Next slide, please. Now walk everyone through some history here. So last time we had discussion about this particular item was on February 4th. At that time, we had a preliminary list of energy and water conservation measures, which I'll refer to as ECMs going forward. And we got input from council on items that we should be paying attention to. And we used that information to further refine what you'll be seeing today. And on September 15th, we had an approval of the Energy and Services Agreement with ENGIE. And now we're here today for council to consider the final ECMs and approval of a packet of projects for implementation. Next slide. So our program really was structured in what we want to look at these three phases here. The first step was really going through a rigorous process of identifying who our energy partner is going to be, our consultant selection process. So we went through all the steps there to your very left to go ahead and select ENGIE as our energy partner. Then we moved into phase one of our project, which is the project development phase. A couple of items that we've already checked off our list of the project development phase included doing audits for the investment grades, also going on doing actual competitive bidding on the various ECMs to get actual pricing that we're going to be looking at today, and then developing a package of projects for the city. So now we're on the final two items under the phase one of this program, which is having discussions with you, the council, today on selection of the ECMs for implementation. And then if we are able to move forward with a couple of projects, doing an amendment to the Energy Services Agreement, allowing us to move on to phase two, which is the implementation of the actual ECMs. And then you'll see the check marks there as we start to go along, looking at financing, actually doing a notice to proceed, doing construction, and the ongoing savings, ongoing O&M, ongoing measurement verification that we need to do as we go through the program. Next slide, please. So now I want to bring forth with you Mr. John Paul Jewell, who will take you through the slides along with Mariana DeBrito to address the technical questions and technical aspects of the program.
Thank you, Tony, and good evening to Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, and the council and the community. Thanks for having us in this evening. So as we were working with the city over the last few months to identify areas where we could reduce energy costs and improve energy infrastructure and water infrastructure, we looked at three main criteria, including technical feasibility, critical needs, and financial payback. Technical feasibility was whether the ECM or energy conservation measure would actually work for the lifetime it was expected to, and if it could fit the city's needs. Critical needs, through conversations with the city, interviews with staff, and thinking about city and council priorities, we identified areas where there were infrastructure was either reaching the end of its useful life and needed to be replaced, or there were needs for additional resiliency, which we will get into. And finally, the financial payback looked at whether an item would pay for itself through energy or water or other savings over the lifetime of the measure, including any incentives or grants that were available or may be coming available. So our final analysis included 13 of these ECMs for consideration, which we'll go through today. And we grouped them sort of in logical bundles, as we're calling them, based on which measures are related to one another and may have economies of scale for implementation together. Next slide, please. So these bundles, as we talked about a little bit in February, but we have a little more definition today, include Bundle A, which are the water utility modernization measures, including water meter upgrades, water fixture retrofits, and SCADA, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, for your water, stormwater, and wastewater systems. Bundle B is lighting upgrades, looking at both interior and exterior lights at city buildings and facilities, as well as street lights, park lights, and field and sports lighting. Bundle C is renewable energy and resiliency, including solar photovoltaics and electric vehicle charging stations, as well as battery energy storage systems and microgrids for resiliency and demand savings. And Bundle D are building systems upgrades, including energy management systems, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning upgrades, or HVAC, and high efficiency transformers. Next slide, please. Now we'll go into a little bit more detail about each of these bundles. And if you have questions along the way, feel free to interrupt, or we can get to them at the end. And I may be calling on my colleague, Mariana De Brito, to help me. She's our senior project manager who's been helping us over the last few months on this as well. So in Bundle A, we have, as I mentioned, the SCADA system, the water meter upgrades citywide, and the facility water fixture retrofits citywide. Next slide, please. The SCADA system will help the city manage its water, its wastewater, and its stormwater better by reducing costs, improving cybersecurity, improving security of the facilities, and improving reliability. It includes automated dosing and pumping upgrades and helps reduce ongoing O&M costs. The SCADA system leverages CIP funding that the city has already allocated to the project. Next slide, please. And then the water measures that I mentioned include both upgrading water meters and water fixtures to be more efficient and smarter. So water meters citywide, this project proposes upgrading to advanced metering infrastructure, which can be read remotely for improved accuracy. And it also will include things like automated burst detection to help, and the newer meters are more accurate than older analog meters to help reduce wasted water and unbilled water. And then the water fixture upgrades includes things like adjusting sinks and toilets in city facilities to be sure they are using water more efficiently and not leaking, and improving savings for the city. Both of these measures, particularly the AMI water meters, leverage grants from Valley Water and other regional agencies to help pay and defray the costs. Next slide, please. The lighting upgrades in Bundle B include streetlights, where the city has not yet done LED streetlights, as well as streetlight controls, park lighting, sports lighting improvements, and interior and exterior facility lighting. Next slide, please. And the lighting is fairly straightforward, but anywhere where the city has not yet installed an LED lamp, we propose to replace the fixture with LEDs, which are longer lasting, more efficient, and optimize light coverage, and also have better control, including in some areas where we will be installing motion sensors and controls. And especially in the exterior spaces and parking lots and parks, in addition to improving energy costs or reducing energy costs, LED lighting improves safety for better lit outdoor spaces.
So I have a question.
Yes,
I have a
please.
question. So how many of our lighting, street lighting, does not have the LED lighting and controls? What percentage? Just ballpark.
Percentage, I believe it's about 25% are not yet upgraded, and then the controls would be added to, I think it's a greater percent do not have the controls, so we would be adding those to ones that are already LED already.
Okay, and when you say controls, what do you mean by that?
So it notifies Public Works if a light goes out, so you don't have to wait for a neighbor to call. Yeah, so they're sort of network controls, so there's better communication to the city.
So it's automatic. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. So for bundle C, we've split it into C1 and C2 due to a few reasons, which we'll get into, but this bundle contemplates solar photovoltaics, battery systems, microgrids, and electric vehicle charging stations. Next slide, please. So C1 and C2, we are proposing to split. So C1 is being considered today, and C2 will be considered in the future. Part of this is due to city priorities. Part of this is due to funding that is available now and funding that will be coming available in the future. So bundle C1 would be solar at the senior center and community center, as well as battery systems and backup generators at both the senior center and community center, so they can operate as a microgrid. And what that means is if the power goes down due to a PG&E shutoff or other reason, there will still be power supplied from the battery, and the battery can be recharged by the solar panels. And if it's dark outside, then the generator can kick on. So there could be, there will be backup power for both of those centers. Bundle C1 also proposes putting 2 EV charging stations at the senior center, since there are no EV electric vehicle charging stations in that part of the complex. And it takes advantage of state funding from SGIP, the Self-Generation Incentive Program that the city has applied for. And the Silicon Valley Clean Energy has resiliency grants for solar plus battery storage that are available now to member cities. So the city has also will also be applying for those funds. In bundle C2, contemplates solar at a few more spots, including Public Works, the Public Works / Police Department complex, the Sports Center and City Hall, as well as some batteries and microgrids at Public Works. It also contemplates EV charging at City Hall, Public Works, and a DC fast charger at the Sports Center, depending on funding availability. There are some grants out there now that the city may be applying for. And this bundle will be looking for additional SGIP funding and potentially another round of the SVCE funding that may be coming available next year. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the microgrids at the senior center and the community center both increase sustainability as well as improve the resiliency of the facilities to serve Milpitas residents. There is a rendering there of what the potential canopies would look like. And on the next slide, please, there are some proposed layouts. So you saw a version of this back in February, I believe, but the blue boxes are where the proposed canopies would go. So S1, S2, and CC1 are canopies that would provide shade for parking, and S3 would go on the rooftop there at the senior center. It may be a little bit hard to make out, but the sort of red boxes, those refer to where the electrical equipment is, and the batteries where those would go and where we'd be tying in. The yellow dotted lines are where the underground connections would go between the panels, but the sort of visible part would be the blue boxes.
Is there, I had a question.
Yes, please.
Did you consider putting some of those photovoltaic panels at our parks to light up our parks?
Yeah, great question. So we looked at a couple of the parks. We even looked at floating solar on some of the city reservoirs and ponds. And for the most part, the solar panels need to go close to where the demand for electricity is to be most cost effective. And so most of your parks do have some demand from the lighting, but there's not enough demand at them to make it really worth the cost. So we did in the early stages of the study, and then we started to narrow it down based on the payback and where the sort of critical demands were.
Okay, good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So EV charging is fairly straightforward, but in C1, it would just be at the senior center. And we are working with public works staff to look out for various funding that seems to be coming available and going away pretty quickly. So we have our finger on the pulse to see if there's any additional funding that the city could tap into to help defray any costs. And the sort of platforms that are going to be proposed being used would match. I know the city has a few EV charging stations in various locations, and the technology would match the ones that are already installed so that there's a little bit more of a user friendliness to it. Next slide, please. And then bundle D is entirely contemplated for a future contract amendment, so not in tonight's proposal, but we wanted to share a little bit more about the measures anyway, because we did, as part of the overall audit of the city facilities, we identified these as having some potential. So that includes the HVAC upgrades, the high efficiency transformers, and the energy management systems at the city buildings. Next slide, please. So the bundle D would involve replacing and repairing aging and broken HVAC units. A couple pictures are shown here of those, as well as standardizing the EMS system citywide, so city employees can have better control and a more user-friendly platform for adjusting temperature and energy use in the city buildings. And as well can provide opportunities for monitoring, making sure that the right preventative maintenance is happening to sort of minimize downtime and catch problems before they become worse. Next slide, please. And finally, electric transformers, critical infrastructure that that can have energy savings both just by replacing the old and inefficient ones, both when they're operating and when they're in standby mode. Replacing them can reduce heat and noise, and can also provide better reliability for the sites being served by the transformers. Again, part of Bundle D, which is potentially part of a future proposal, so not part of tonight's proposal. Next slide, please. So in summary, Bundle A, the utility modernization, the water utility modernization, Bundle B, the lighting upgrades, and Bundle C1, the renewables and resiliency at senior center and community center are the results of the IGA process and the iterative process we went through with city staff and are up for recommendation tonight. These three bundles utilize approved funds from the CIP from fiscal years 2020 to 2025. They take advantage of rebates and incentives that the city qualifies for, both from Valley Water and from the state SGIP funds, as well as from SVCE. There are significant energy and water savings, as in the sort of bar chart Tony presented earlier to sort of illustrate how the city would pay for this project. And Tony will be getting into this in just a minute, but there are significant savings to be had in all of these measures to help defray the costs. And with the added bonus of the C1 bundle providing resiliency at critical resource centers, especially during times when PG&E may be shutting off power more often, or unfortunately the fire threat may cause more power outages. We are excited that we may be able to provide ongoing electricity even when the power goes out at critical city facilities. Next slide, please. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the community impact of this partnership. So we've also, in addition to doing the technical analysis and doing competitive bids for labor and materials, we've also been thinking about how we can engage the community more around sustainability, around energy, around water. And we've come up with a few distinct items here and some more, but they include helping with ribbon cuttings and other celebratory events to create sustainability themed content for the city to really celebrate the city's big strides in becoming a sustainable city. We've also, prior to COVID, we had contemplated helping out at the city's Earth Day events, and we are excited to continue to engage in future events, and whether they be digital or in person, to really engage Milpitas residents around sustainability education. Anything that does generate data, such as the solar panels, the batteries, anything that has energy savings that can be quantified, will be put into a portal where city residents can really engage with the city energy cost and see how much is being saved, and really use this infrastructure as a living laboratory. And finally, we have a great partnership with Civic Spark, an AmeriCorps program, and we are sponsoring a fellow for the city of Milpitas who will be helping with various sustainability initiatives, including updating the climate action plan and some other stuff. So lots to come on community impact, and as we are a local company, we are just down the road, and we're excited to continue engaging with the Milpitas residents around sustainability and around energy and water infrastructure. Next slide, please. And so I'll invite Tony back for these next few slides, but Mariana and I are here for additional questions as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, John Paul. And I'll just, for the record, just note that Deputy City Manager Walter Rossman is also on board with us to help answer some of the financial questions. His department has been working very closely with us on getting all these items taken care of and really analyzing the work that NG has done on the costs and the savings that could be realized by the city. So walking through the cost, the financials piece. So we'll talk about costs, and we'll talk about savings and rebates along the way as well. But start off with the cost itself. We talked about Bundle A being the water utility modernization projects. Those ECMs would cost the city about $22.6 million. And like John Paul mentioned before, we already have about 13.8 million approved by council for this fiscal year in the CIP. So we would need to do some moving some funds around and looking at some different fund balances, or looking at reprogramming certain CIPs to make up the difference, so we can take advantage of the work that has been done by NG and start realizing the savings from this Bundle A measures right away, or as soon as the project gets implemented. Bundle B and C1, which you're combining as one item there, would cost the city about $11.3 million, and that would need to be financed. The proposal that we will be discussing later on would be to lump this in with the proposed general fund lease revenue bond issuance that is currently underway for Fire Station 2. So just doing a combined bond that includes paying for this item here, as well as paying for Fire Station 2 item as well. So your total cost, when we talked about it at the beginning of the agenda, about 33.3, is made up of Bundle A 22 plus Bundle B and C1 combined at 11.3. Let's go to the next slide. So that was the cost of the item. Now here's some of the great things that come as part of us implementing this program. Rebates and incentives, like John Paul already mentioned. We do qualify for an incentive from Valley Water of up to about just over $1 million of money coming back to the city by implementing these projects. So that will be applied to the cost that's required for the Bundle A implementation. This is the water meter upgrades and all the water infrastructure work that we're doing. John Paul already talked about the SGIP, the Self-Generation Incentive Program incentive that we do qualify for. This is part of the senior center and community center solar canopies and battery backup systems. So we do qualify for 178,000 there. And then we also qualify for a incentive and rebate from Silicon Valley Clean Energy of up to $715,000. So Altogether, for the bundles that we're looking at, this is A, B, and C1. The city qualifies for up to $1.98 million in incentives. These go directly towards offsetting the cost to the city for implementation. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, go ahead.
So I had a question. So can you back up on the previous slide, please?
Sure.
Silicon Valley Clean Energy. As you're aware, I'm one of the board members for that agency. And I know that we have given many grants to many cities as part of the community benefits. And they have, we have given to our city or community center or senior center monies for a battery. Is that part of that cost right there?
That's exactly what this is being, yes, Councilman Montano. That's exactly what this is being used for. We do have, like John Paul mentioned, as part of making the senior center and community center resilient, or as we like to really say, a microgrid, it requires us, number one, to have some self-generation of power. So those are your solar panels that go in.
So it's already included in there, okay.
That is correct.
All right,
and you
thank
have
you.
battery backups there too. So,
all right, thank you.
Next slide, please. So the previous slide talked about the rebates and incentives that city qualifies for, which go directly to offsetting the cost of the city. Now we go into the savings. Implementation of bundle A, which is the water utility modernizations, stands to save the city on an average annual basis up to $1.4 million in savings to the city. When you implement bundle B and C combined, the annual energy savings that come, this is a direct reduction in electricity usage. On an annual basis, we're looking at a reduction of about just over $1 million. You factor in the debt financing costs. So we talked about the $11.3 million that's required to finance the implementation of those measures. We pay on that over a 20-year period. The cost would be to the city would be $708,000 a year. So you're walking away at the end of the day with a net positive by implementing those projects of just shy of $350,000 on an annual basis. Now, like I mentioned at the very beginning of the slide here, that's $350,000 on an annual basis during the term of the payment of the bond. But as soon as that bond's paid off, you're realizing the full savings to the city of just over $1 million. And that's directly general fund related because it's energy costs, electricity costs that we're paying. Next slide, please.
So out of all those bundles, those 4 bundles, which one is the one that costs the more? It's more costly.
I'll lean on our NG team to answer that one.
Yeah, bundle A. Thanks, Mariana.
Bundle A. Okay. Thank you. That's I'll ask other questions later. Thank you.
All right. And then this is a really important piece that is part of this whole program here. And you hear this idea of using the savings that are generated from the implementation of these programs to pay for the costs that it would take for us to finance these programs. Then you ask the question of, well, what if you don't realize those savings? What do you do now? Is the city then left strapped with having to come up with the rest of the money? No, not at all. We have these savings guarantees that are built into the cost of the program, which allows for up to 5 years that NG will guarantee the savings that are to the city. And at any given time, if NG, for example, says this measure is going to save you $100,000 over in that year, and somehow those savings aren't realized up to 95%, NG will cut us a check to make us whole. But as part of our partnership with them, obviously they're not going to be in the business of just cutting checks to the city. So the idea would be to work with us over that 5-year period to make sure that those items are corrected along the way. So this is an incredible safety net to the city, which is part of this program that we're bringing forth to you today. Next slide, please. So now the implementation schedule. So if we get approval, if we move forward, or council moves forward with approving this project today, we will start work on bundle B, which is the lighting project. That's the one that would get finished the soonest. There is a small portion of it that will be completed in June of 2021, with the rest of the package being completed in December of 2021. Bundle C1, this is the battery backup, generator, and the solar panels. That project will be completed in September of 2022. And then Bundle A, which is our water meters, our SCADA, and all of the water fixture upgrades in our city buildings. That entire package will be completed in October of 2022, although there is a small portion of that project which will be completed as early as, I believe, June of 2021. So it's a much quicker item there. Next slide, please. So before we go on to the slide that talks about the recommendations that we're asking council to consider today, I just want to leave you folks with some key takeaways of why this program is important to Milpitas, especially at this time where we have the financial items that we're going through right now. First key takeaway I want to leave council with today is the benefit of implementing these projects is we're utilizing approved funds that are in the CIP right now to address some critical infrastructure issues that we have in water, sewer, and the storm. Our water meters is a key example. Our SCADA project, which we've had on the banners for, which we've had thoughts of it for a very, very long time in the city. We're able to leverage NG's resources to get these projects done, as well as use money that's already been pre-approved and set aside by council as part of our CIP fiscal year budget. Another key takeaway I want to leave with folks today is the improvement of safety. LED lighting throughout the city. All our street lights getting converted to LEDs, all of our park lights getting converted to LEDs, all of our sports lighting getting converted to LEDs, all of our facilities, every single facility throughout the city having a conversion to LED to improving the safety of the entire city. Energy resiliency is another key part as well. We've all felt what it's like to not have your lights on, whether it's for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or 5 days. And we also know that our resource centers are critical for us. Our seniors use the senior center. When we were pre-COVID, our kids were going to the community center. We can't afford to have the lights go off on them while they're using them. And having a resiliency of these critical resource centers is not just a great item for our city, but it's a great item for our residents as well. Really important to highlight what the city qualifies for rebates and incentives. $1.9 million going towards a program to offset the cost for the city. An average net savings of up to $1.75 million. That's taking the 1.4 million savings from water and the Bundle A implementation, and then the close to 350,000 annually that's being saved by implementation of Bundles B and Bundle C. And last but definitely not the least, that 5-year guarantee to ensure that at the end of the day, the city is putting together a project that we know that NG will stand behind, and that the savings that we're talking about today are savings that will be realized into the future. So I want to go to the next slide, which is just the recommendations that we're asking for council to consider tonight, and we'll open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Tony. I had to unmute myself there. All right, so I'll move to open the public hearing.
Second.
We got second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez, Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez. Yep, Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The public hearing is now open, and would love to hear any public comments. Our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle, do we have any comments here from the public?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor. There's one comment from Voltaire Montemayor.
All right, sure, yeah. Oh, this is cool.
Voltaire Montemayor. if you'd like, Mayor, I could go to the next.
Yes, please.
speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Montemayor needs to unmute his microphone at home, and then
Okay.
our staff can let him in.
Hello?
Oh, there
Can
you
you hear
are. Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I have technical problem. But anyway,
all good.
There's nothing we can do. But we selected the best, and they're trying their best for us. The rebates, we have bonds to be sold. In other words, we have reserve, and I was saying, yeah, they should be the best, and they will help us, and we will have the rebates. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Thank you so much. All right, Mary.
Yes, the next speaker will be Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Please.
Thank you very much, City Council and the city staff for presentation. Just wanted to mention that the initiative from the energy and a sustainability point of view, certainly the technological platform would be helpful in establishing and generating the revenue for the city. So certainly, support the initiatives, from city's perspective and as council perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary.
That is the total of all the speakers who've requested to speak at this public hearing.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mary. And I'll motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
We got a second by Councilmember Montano, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The public hearing is now closed. Thank you for the comments. We'll bring it back up here to the virtual dais. I just want to first thank Tony and our guest here with us tonight as well. Got a few questions here. This is something that really, I call this whole thing innovation. I know residents at home may be concerned or just took a look at the amount under the agenda item, but this is something that we've been working on, I think, for years. Yeah, my first year here, I remember learning about this. And you want to talk about innovation? This is innovation right here. One thing that wasn't mentioned was the list of all the cities that do this, all the jurisdictions across our state to begin with. This is not something that we're going into as the first. Some things you want to be the first, some things I think maybe not for me, but this is something that a lot of folks have really committed to for many years. And so to see the evidence and the data and the practice just perform, it's just very, very encouraging to the fullest. And I think our city really needs this. There's kind of multiple benefits to really supporting an item like this. So I wrote a few questions. So Tony, I'm gonna check in with you, sir. Just for the public's knowledge, and I like to ask a lot of questions. I pretend like I know the answer, but sometimes I actually don't. But I always say, for the public's knowledge, everybody, and the public does know it too. But there's always some who may not know, and that could be me. But I'll go ahead and say it. For the public's knowledge, I think fiscal impact is always a line everybody likes to look at. In terms of our financial commitment, which you demonstrated, thank you very much in the slides. We all watched it. But kind of the end value. So at the end of this, are we breaking even, or are we coming up more above in the black?
So thank you for that question, Mayor. So first, for starters, and I'll speak more to the bundle B and C, which are the lighting projects. And I'll talk about the other one. I'll go backwards here for you. For that project, where we're looking at getting financing for that program, we are coming up in the black by close to $350,000. Once everything is paid off with the issuance of the bond, if council gives us direction to do so, we would be further in the black by $1 million, just over $1 million for the city. And that's a permanent savings for the city. It's not something that starts off and goes away. It becomes a permanent savings for the city.
Incredible, incredible, incredible.
Oh, sorry, and I didn't speak to the water. Sorry, I said I was going to go backwards, and I just stopped talking.
Okay, sure, yeah.
But for bundle A, that the savings there would be we're talking $1.4 million in savings, and that project, because we're using CIP funds, there's no finance that we're paying back on that.
Great, great, great. And so the rebates, we went over a slide. You don't have to go to it right now necessarily, but I know we talked about the rebates from a few different places. Now, are those guaranteed, or are those just kind of a hope or opportunity? Are those, how do we go about that when we do?
Let me lean on our NG team to answer that for us.
Yeah, thank you. Great question.
Paul, how you doing? There you are. I was waiting for you to pop up on my screen.
Well, nothing is ever guaranteed. For the SGIP, which is for the battery storage, we believe, so the application is in and we're waiting on a technical review. It's a pretty straightforward process, and we're confident that the city has a great chance of getting those funds. For the water meter funding, it's, until it's in your hands, I won't say it's guaranteed, but Valley Water, we've been working very closely with Valley Water. Both Tony and Elaine are very familiar with the program. And essentially, once the meters start getting installed, the city can just invoice Valley Water and they will pay out that incentive. So it's fairly guaranteed. And then the Silicon Valley Clean Energy funding is already allocated, and the application just needs to go in describing the technical details of the program. So none of the money is in the city's hands yet, but it's all fairly, it looks like it's fairly promising, as we've been working very closely with the agencies to make sure that everything is being done correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like those rebates can be bonuses, so to say, if I like to look at it that way. And with the long-term savings of this proposal, I think it's a safe play here, considering the rebates status as they are today. I want to check in about the renewable energy, the solar panels adjacent to City Hall here, kind of more of the senior center. I think that's great. Let me check in with Tony here. I like to talk about some really neat things, and we've had some power outages here across California and Milpitas, quite frankly. Every time there's a power outage, I definitely hear about it. I always know what neighborhood it's in and how many people are upset. And PG&E is certainly its own entity. The city does not really manage any electricity, but everybody knows that. And that being said, let's see here. I know there's some solar panels across different areas of city property already, correct? And so in the event that there's a whole, let's just say, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Let's just say there's a whole power outage across Milpitas, like the whole city. I'm just making it up here. I hope it never happens, but City Hall would likely lose power as well, right? City Hall has no other source of power besides the main grid. Is that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. We do have a backup generator at City Hall, although its purpose is not intended to power up the entire building. So there are key areas of City Hall that do receive power from that backup generator. But on the contrary, on the flip side of that, if you want to say, the community center and the senior center have no backup power at all, no generator, no solar, no battery backup system, nothing. I think about this, and I'm kind of, as you were asking your question, I'm kind of chuckling a little bit, because I remember months ago when the power went out and you were at City Hall.
Yeah, I remember that.
And we got a lot of complaints about people who were in the community center trying to get out, and it was just completely pitch black. So those are the type of things I think about. Those are the type of things that staff we think about when we were putting together this program.
Yeah. So for emergency preparedness is what I'm trying to get to. I think our city is the lifeline, really the safety net of the city, if I may. And, we need City Hall to be powered as long as the sports center and even the police station. And so, I really look forward to these projects happening, because I think this is a way for us to power ourselves in the event that there is a widespread power outage, which, quite frankly, folks at home, I mean, we've been seeing that a whole lot. And, our city must be able to operate with electricity so that we can really save our residents, in the worst case. And, there's more demand for power, and, we need to create renewable sources. So I think that's a huge benefit for this project, for us to be somewhat self-sufficient. And that's the security of our city. Let's see here. I want to move on to the equipment, the solar panels, talking about energy, water, all these equipments, pieces of these are, machinery or technology, whatever it may be that, we're purchasing their goods. What's the lifetime, the lifetime of this equipment? Now, the energy savings, if you could share with the community. So two things. So first is the energy savings. How many years will it take for us to reach the surface of our investment?
Yes. So the financial piece that we're looking at, it would be over a 20-year period, whereas the lifetime of the equipment that we're talking about, so solar, for example, is 25 years.
Okay, great. And I think what's key there is, a lot of these projects we need now, and we need to fund now. And so, I think this program does that, and a little bit more for the lifetime. Can you talk about the warranty of some of these pieces of goods that we're going to be having?
Sure, I'll let the NG team speak to that.
Oh, thanks, Tony.
The more technical
John Paul,
piece
I'm sorry,
of it.
John Paul.
No, happy to. And I'll let Mariana chime in here. She knows this like the back of her hand.
Awesome.
Sure.
Hey, Mariana, how are you doing?
Good. How are
Welcome.
you?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having us. So as far as warranties, obviously it's going to vary by equipment type. The solar panels come with a 25-year warranty, and that's just the warranty. We have solar panels that were installed 40 years ago and are still producing. But the warranty itself is 25 years. Inverters have a 10-year warranty. Light fixtures, NG only purchases from top manufacturers that are kind of really top of the industry. Those can vary depending on the product itself, probably ranging from 3 to 10 years. Although LEDs obviously will last much longer than that. The lifetime of the measure is expected to be closer to 25 years. And for example, the water meters also have, I want to say it's about a 10-year warranty. Musco products, which are the sports lighting, the vast majority of them come with a 25-year materials and labor warranty. So we've been partnering with the city to really select top manufacturers that have, industry standard or better warranty terms to make sure that the city's really covered for as long as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. So what about some of the other water conservation goods or products, I should say? That's some of the more high cost water conservation products that will be purchased. Can you share a little bit more of those warranties?
Sure. As far as the SCADA, the software itself is something that we're working very closely with city staff to select. I would say as far as the hardware controls are concerned, the warranties normally vary, maybe ranging from 1 to 5 years, depending on the sensors or the specific parts. As far as the domestic water fixtures, that scope is technically simpler. We're talking about replacing faucets or, urinal toilet valves. So those warranties are shorter, but you're also talking about significantly less expensive equipment. I think it's and regardless of the product term, NG has a 1-year warranty to make sure that even if there's we will make sure that the product and the installation is warranted for 1 year as well.
Okay, that's fair. And so in the event that a product does fail, the energy savings for us is guaranteed. So, your business would replace whatever product, no matter what the cost, as it falls under the warranty.
Correct. Like, so during the guarantee, your savings are guaranteed, and our O&M department will provide annual maintenance on, for example, the solar, the generators, all the equipment that requires ongoing maintenance to ensure that it's operating properly. That's also included as part of the guarantee.
Oh, the maintenance is included? Is that what you said?
Yes, for the solar, the generator, the equipment that requires active maintenance. So for example, for the solar, part of the guarantee includes monitoring that the system is performing as needed. If we see anything wrong with an inverter or anything, we will send technicians out to the site to ensure that the system is performing as it should. We provide annual washing services to make sure that there's no soiling or dirt on the panels that could be hindering production, all to ensure that you're seeing the savings that were modeled and promised.
Oh, that's great. And the maintenance goes for how was the time period for the maintenance your business would provide?
It's it's part of the 5-year guarantee.
Okay.
And obviously for the solar system, should the city decide at the end of the 5 years, they could go with a different provider to maintain the solar systems, or they can continue to work with NG on an annual contract after that.
Okay, great. I'm loving a lot of what I'm hearing. I'm not sure who to ask. Thank you, Mariana. I'm going to ask this next question either to you or John Paul. We talk about the guarantee savings. In the event there's a shortfall, I got to ask tough questions here. Let's say we're short $5 million. Can you tell me what your business does to cover that? Does it come out of your business budget, or does it come out of an insurance that you may have? Who's actually guaranteeing the dollar?
Great question. So NG is while we are based locally in San Jose, we have a parent company, one of the largest energy companies in the world, based in Paris. So we are financially strong, and we do have a great track record of meeting our guarantees on our energy savings projects. We generally wouldn't guarantee a project or a technology that we don't have confidence in, but it does happen occasionally that for whatever reason something may underperform. That's where we have our great O&M team to come out and troubleshoot, and in the event that the savings at the end of the time period fall short of what was promised in the contract, then we do write the check to make up for that. So it will all be spelled out in the contract attachments, and it's fairly straightforward there, and done by industry standards. And if it's a equipment problem, say that that can be we can help work with the equipment manufacturers to try to get a resolution or replacement as needed. But yeah, our goal is to, I think as Tony mentioned earlier, not to write checks, but to make sure you all are happy with the systems and they're performing as they should be. And we do our best to make sure that happens.
Okay, great. Let me check in with the city. Oh, Mariana, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no worries. I was going to say, to your point of asking the tough questions, like in the rare occasion when we do have to cut a check, like NG always, like at the end of every guarantee period, we have meetings with our customers to explain, we provide a guarantee report on how every measure performed. And in the extremely rare case, I should say, of a shortfall, we come to that meeting with your check in hand. So there's no delays. We pay you upfront. There are no complications.
Have you seen your business have to pay out anybody in the past?
Me personally,
yeah, it's happened.
No, but it has happened.
Yeah, I've had one solar project where there was an issue installing one of the pieces of equipment, and in the first year, the savings fell short by, it was a small system, and they fell short by about $8,000, and we were able to amend the problem, but we also brought the check with us to that first guarantee meeting to make sure that the customer was made whole. And then in the following years, we monitored extra closely to make sure that the problem didn't return, and it did not.
Okay, great. I appreciate that example. Let me check in with the city attorney, Christopher Diaz. Chris, I know you took a look at this. How's everything looking, Chris?
No, thank you, Mayor. Yes, we did work closely with staff. Kevin Wang of my office, who does all of the public contracting aspects of things, worked very closely with Tony Indaw to make sure that the amendment looks to be in good shape. But ultimately, yes, if the council is inclined to move forward with this, that is on the table for tonight. I did want to note for the council's benefit, under the recommendation, you do have to take action on 2 and 6 rather. 3, 4, and 5 are all included within the resolution. So if you adopt the resolution, you will have accomplished 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you very much, Chris. Just want to check in. And then I want to go to Mariana and John Paul again before I go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez. But can you share with our community here in Milpitas? A lot of folks are watching, by the way. You're on the screen. They love you. They love you. And so, you know, what other cities? I think this is what kind of blows me away with this. You know, how many other cities? Can you go down maybe a list of other cities or jurisdictions that are that your business is working with, and just share with the community just a little bit?
Yeah, happy to. So we've worked with the city of San Jose, the city of Salinas. We've worked with a lot of school districts in the region, including Eastside Union High School District, Berryessa, Milpitas Unified School District, the solar panels that are there. That was our company under a previous name. We continue to maintain and operate them. We've also worked with throughout Southern California and closer over to Sacramento and the Central Valley. We have probably close to 200 customers in the state of California, but the close ones I named there. Also the cities of Fremont, Hayward, and Mariana, I may be forgetting a few off the top of my head.
I'll stop you there. I'll stop. And so we're getting the same deal, right? We're getting the same warranties. We're getting the same maintenance services. We're getting the same, the best products, you know, that fit us specifically, I should say.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's never one size fits all with these, but the approach in general has been the same. We try to address what your critical needs are and save you on your energy costs and provide long-term guarantees for those savings. Some of the contracting vehicles have been different. Some of the technologies have been different, but we are excited by the enthusiasm around this and the amount of energy savings we were able to find for the city.
Okay, fantastic, great. Thank you so much, JP. John Paul, if I may, and Mariana for being there for my questions. Let's go next to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, I remember the company under a different name, but both at Eastside and Milpitas Unified. And they never had to write a check to either one of those 2 entities. So I think you're an exceptional company, and they actually delivered on all that they claimed they were going to. And one of the things I thought they did extremely well that I didn't see listed here is they were able to train the current staff on how to upkeep a lot of that equipment that they installed. And so solar panels, you know, need to be cleaned on an ongoing basis. And they trained staff both at Eastside and I think over in Milpitas on how to do that even when they weren't there. So I think there's a lot of pluses, and I was always impressed with the work that you did. So I only have 2 quick questions. One is, did I miss a slide? Are you going to be putting up solar panels over at the Public Works area at all?
That's proposed in Bundle C2, which is not for approval tonight, but we would potentially bring it back in the future as additional incentives come available.
Okay. But you are going to be putting the stations there in the event we get electric cars and trucks and such. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Tony.
Actually, this is Deputy Public Works Director Elaine Marshall. We're actually
But
putting
everybody
in.
wanted to answer that one.
Sorry, we did. We are actually putting in under a separate project 4 charging stations for city fleet vehicles. They'll be similar to the ones that were recently installed at City Hall.
Good, thank you very much. And then the last one, so I remember, Tony, listening to you talk about having to go out for bonds. Was it, so I forget the slide, but I think it was 11 million. Was that it?
That's correct, 11.3 million, Vice Mayor.
Okay. And so the additional credits we were going to be able to get for grants and things of that sort, were those dollars going to be able to offset the costs of those bonds? That's how I envisioned it. So I'm just trying to ask that question.
Yes, a great question there, and partially. So for that particular bundle, there's about just shy of $800,000 in incentives and rebates that will be applied towards that $11.3 million. Now, the issue, not an issue, but the way these financing or these rebates incentives works is you got to get the project approved, which we're working on accomplishing today, and you got to build it. And then once you build it and you can show that everything's on ground, then you start getting your money back for that. So we still have to go out and seek the full amount for the implementation of the project. But then once we show that we've gotten everything into the ground, then we get these monies in and then be able to apply towards whatever payments we have to do.
Okay. So I just wanted, in my mind, it's a way to show that there's a huge offset on the actual cost of those bonds by those dollars you just talked about.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my only questions. I think it's, though I heard other cities and such, they're right in our own city. Milpitas Unified did it and are still realizing savings. I just think it's something to do. It shrinks our footprint. It does many things, and I think it's. I thank you for bringing it forward and sticking with it. And it's just a great thing to be doing for the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And next up, we have Councilmember Carmen Mondano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So a few questions. You had mentioned that the LED was 25%, that you need 25% more lights need to be LED, or did you say it's just 25% are LED?
So
So-
it's actually, yeah,
Go ahead.
about 1,500 of the total of Milpitas, about 4,500 streetlights are not yet LED. And actually, so about 1,500 NG would be procuring and installing the fixtures, and the city already has roughly 500 LED fixtures in stock that NG would also install. So it'd be a total of 2,000 that we would convert to LED.
And when you say convert, are you talking about just the actual fixture, the top of the pole, the one that gives a light, the LED light, or are you talking about the whole pole?
Just the fixture itself.
Just the fixture, not the pole. Because my concern is that, well, let me backtrack. A lot of these LED lights, I'm wondering if you're factoring in the ones from the developers that already, they automatically put those in. Because that's a requirement. So are you including those in your estimation?
No, we have audited the city lights, and all those that are already LEDs are not part of our counts.
Okay, good. My concern is that the older neighborhoods are not getting the LED lights. And I don't know if it's because you have to replace the whole pole or if there is a way to put a fixture on there, because they're so old that, sometimes you can't put the fixture on there. Like an old car, you're trying to put a new light in it, you just can't. So you got to replace the whole pole. So that's my concern. We need to focus on the older neighborhoods because they're the ones, they have the older lights and they use up the most energy. And so I want to make sure that if we hire you, that you're going to start addressing those needs in those older neighborhoods.
Yes, those are definitely included. And
Okay.
also to clarify, I think the city has roughly 260 fixtures that are kind of a decorative style. And in that case, since they have their own aesthetic, we're going to keep the aesthetic decorative style and replace the bulb itself with an LED retrofit kit.
Okay.
So that's all included in the scope.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you're focusing on those older neighborhoods, because we have quite a few older neighborhoods in the city. Smart meters, these have been going on since I was in the council previously, 2012. These, and I know that technology changes. So are these smart meters still the same ones that we've been putting on year after year after year, or are they a new model?
No, that is correct. The city has been doing a great job installing AMI infrastructure. So they have almost 40 gateways already installed throughout the city. We've worked very closely with city staff to make sure that we're making use of the great infrastructure the city has already invested in, and we will just be building on that system. The city has already converted probably 1,000 to 2,000 water meters out of the 17,000 existing. So we are here just to help with the final push, the remaining 15,000s, and bring the whole system on this new network.
Okay, I recall that the mobile homes, they didn't have smart meters because something about the system. Are you going to have smart meters in those mobile homes parks as well?
So I'm not 100% sure if that's what you're referring to, but we have also worked with city that there are some more remote parts of the city, kind of on the foothills, that they do not connect to the existing gateways. So we are including cellular installations for those meters so that they can connect to the software and the database online. So they will be included as well. Okay. I believe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, actually, the mobile home, we have three mobile home parks, and they're over by Dixon Landing Road in that area, and those are the ones that I'm talking about. Yeah. The city has, I'm really surprised that you didn't touch on this, and that's the infrastructure, the pipes. This is all cities, older cities have this old infrastructure, and this is a problem every year after year. The pipes bust, and it's very expensive. And I'm surprised you didn't bring that up, because that's a big need where these old pipes need to be replaced. And I know that's a huge amount of money, and that's probably why you didn't go there. But yeah, that's a big need. And I don't know if your agency is going to tackle this, but that's a big problem, because our pipes are built in 1950s when the city was incorporated. And that's why we're always having problem after problem when the pipes busting, and it's very costly. So, I would like for you guys to look into that. That's something that needs to be looked into. And I don't know if you do that. That's part of your...
It's not in their scope of service.
It's not within your scope? Well, then
yeah, I can speak to that, Councilman.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so we do have an effort underway for the water master plan. We're actually doing 3 master plans in public works, the water, sewer, and storm master plan. That effort in the water master plan will address the condition of our pipelines, and also discuss items in there about emergency response, and also look into what any type of replacement strategy would be. So NG's work didn't include that as their scope, and rightfully so.
Because that's not in their scope.
Yeah, they don't do that type of work.
Okay, but, that's
just wanted to assure you that we are working on it.
Okay. So on that other line about, because I know that water conservation is a big one, is one of, I think that's bundle A, which is the most costly. That one, I'm wondering about the purple pipes, because you didn't bring that up either. So is there a way that the NG could look at that? Because it seems to me that right now we're using the purple pipes, the recycled water, for landscaping in the new developments. And I'm wondering if there's a way where the older developments, if there are conduits nearby, that they could also do landscaping, using those purple pipes for landscaping, because a lot of the, like, for example, the Pines, they have landscaping, HOAs, these other ones, these older ones right by Great Mall. Monte Vista, all these, yeah, that I would like for you guys to look into the purple pipes. If there's ways where to conserve, what is it called? The water that you drink.
Yeah, the potable water.
What is it called?
Potable water.
Yeah, potable water. Okay, so if there's a way to conserve potable water, instead of using that potable water for landscaping in these older neighborhoods, look into that. I think because that's part of your scope of work.
Yeah,
Also,
and I'll speak to that one as well.
Okay.
You know, and NG is, you know, they're a great company, but that's not their forte either of doing that part of it. But to, you know, again, Councilman Montano, we do have staff in our utility engineering group that are working closely with San Jose, who's our supplier of recycled water, looking at our allocations and looking at ways to constantly to shift things.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
As long as someone is looking into that, because I think if we're really, really serious about saving water, that's one way to go. Solar panels at City Hall uses a lot of lighting, you notice. And I know you mentioned, NG mentioned about the community center, senior center, but they did not mention City Hall. I even had constituents call me up, why are the lights in City Hall on all night? I mean, that's, you know, they're thinking, okay, these are dollars, you know, we're spending. So I was wondering why City Hall wasn't mentioned here as one of the, you know, putting solar panels or some type of energy efficient, mostly solar panels. So can you address that? Somebody?
Yes, Tony, I can take that one. Thank you for the question. So I should have been more clear. The LED lighting retrofit, which includes occupancy sensors, does touch City Hall. It touches all city buildings. So that problem will be addressed. And then specifically to solar panels at City Hall, that is part of the C2 bundle. So we designed, inspect, and priced it. But because of how the incentives are shaking out and city priorities, that one is part of a future potential amendment that would come back.
Okay, that sounds good. So NG, you guys do not only consulting, but you do the service, you do the work, right?
Yes, so we are a design build firm. So we do the design and then we general contract for the construction.
Okay, all right. I think those are all the questions. I know that we had to decide on item 2 and 6. So you've already gave us a list of these energy and water conservation measures. On 6, 11.3 million of general fund lease revenue bonds needed to finance the implementation of bundles B and C1, which are the lighting and what was C again?
These solar panels and battery backup system and generators.
So basically just lighting, no water. So and that 11.3 is just for B and C, not for A, not for the other ones. It's just those.
That is
right?
correct. Yeah. So Bundle A is the project that has CIP funds that are been approved, and then we would need to come back to council with some reprogramming of other CIPs to fund that project.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of money there. And so then you're going to come back to ask us for more revenue, no more general fund lease revenue bonds for bundles A and the other ones, right?
No, so Bundle A are the CIP projects. So there's 13.8 million currently that was approved for this fiscal year. There's some monies that we do have for some future fiscal years, which we will be working with our finance department to try to bring those monies forward so we can get those projects done now. So Bundle A are really more the CIP projects.
Yeah, those are all related to water, which
and
is
then
the most
Bundle
expensive.
B, yes, and then Bundle B are the items that we're talking about for the lease revenue financing. And again, those ones, as we talked about in the previous slides, the savings of 1 million offset the debt financing of 708,000. So we have a net savings of just under 350,000 annually.
And so we won't be going back for more revenue bonds for those. And I guess I'm assuming. So are we using enterprise funds for any of this for bundle A?
That's correct. So bundle A, because it deals with water and sewer and our storm system. So your enterprise fund are going towards the water infrastructure, obviously,
okay.
And then your your sewer enterprise funds are going for the sewer SCADA system that's going in place.
Okay. All right. You answered all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. I really appreciate your questions, especially the last one.
Lower my hand here.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. The last one, I appreciate that last one. And thank you, Tony, for the answer, the information too. Key moment. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, thank you. Tough questions. That's what we ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think NG is a really good vendor to work with. I've known them since they were Optera, the company that preceded them. I'm really impressed with the growth of the company and the range of services that you provide. Great presentation by Tony as usual, as well as John. Good to see you again. I'm very pleased that we are moving forward with our energy and water conservation goals. I think this is obviously going to save us money, as well as do a good service to our environment. We'll be able to reduce some carbon emissions as well. At the end of the day, you can't go wrong with that. For future services, and because I understand that there are conversations going forward about additional cost saving services to be explored. I think it would do everybody a huge service going into the meetings, going into the conversation to really understand and have a common ground on a common understanding as to what the scope of service is going to be about, which is really I was told, so I'm told that you really just need to read the memorandum, but I think that very hopeful to see where this partnership goes. I was happy to see the results that you guys delivered for the last time you guys worked with the city, and no, this is great. I'm just gonna keep it brief there.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I'll look for any further virtual raised hands amongst my colleagues. I do want to ensure everybody has input on this very important agenda item. Okay, here we go. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I appreciate the staff's report. Answers all my questions at this time. I'd like to move. Can I make a motion to approve?
Sure. I was checking with our city attorney here. Hey, Chris, can we approve the rest of the recommendations on one wave?
Sure. I think if council's inclined, would be a motion to adopt the resolution and approve items 2 and 6 on the recommendation on the screen.
Perfect. At this time, I would like to go ahead and approve items 2 through 6 on the screen before us.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Dominguez. We have a second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor of virtual roll call.
I have one more question.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just remembered. How long is this contract for?
Contract length of time is for as long, well, we do have the 5-year guarantee, but as long as we get the implementation part taken care of, which majority of the project will be complete under 2 years, then we have them with us as partners for another 5 years as they put for the 5-year guarantee portion. So we're looking at being very close friends with the NG team for at least 7 years.
7 years? Okay. All right. And there's language in there that if they're not fulfilling their side of the contract, that they can be discontinued, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Great. Yeah, our city attorney looked over every word, every little fine print.
All right.
So,
All right, I trust him.
yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried, and all those stated are approved as we had recited. Thank you very much, Mariana and John Paul and
Thank you.
Tony. Yes. What a great night. This is a huge item. Thank you all. I mean, it really is. I've seen this discussed for some time, a lot of meetings, a lot of all these sorts of things, and we got it done tonight. Something to be real proud of here in Milpitas. A huge, I think, milestone for everybody. And so
don't forget those older neighborhoods.
Oh yeah. And moving on here to community development. We're gonna keep going here. We're about 2 hours behind schedule, but it's okay. Community development, item number 15. Let's adopt the resolution and endorse the 2025 Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness. And we'll welcome our Director of Building Safety and Housing, Sharon Goey. How are you, Sharon? And we're just setting up here, folks. Just one moment as we get this ready. Sharon, just let us know when all is good to go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're trying to unmute multiple places. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Sharon Goey, Director of Building Safety and Housing. Tonight, we're presenting to you the county's updated community plan to end homelessness. Next slide. Staff is doing a joint presentation with our colleagues from Destination Home and Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing. In looking at the homeless population, the chart on the slide, you can see that in Milpitas, the point-in-time count has varied quite a bit over the past 7 years. In Santa Clara County, you can see the point-in-time count has hovered around 7,000 and it increased to 9,700 in 2019. It is important to know that this homeless census does have limitations because it is a count of street homeless and homeless at temporary shelters at a specific point in time. But this data does show that the housing crisis continues to grow. The aggregate data provides the region a better understanding of the population experiencing homelessness, and these findings are utilized to develop plans to end homelessness. 5 years ago, the Milpitas City Council endorsed the 2015-2020 Community Plan. Now, the county and Destination Home have recently developed the plan for the next 5 years. The new community plan is organized around 3 main strategies: address the root cause, expand housing programs, improve quality of life. I won't go into details here because you're going to hear the presentation by Destination Home and the county. Next slide. The community plan to end homelessness is a regional level roadmap to tackle homelessness. With homelessness being a regional issue, Preventing and ending homelessness requires collaboration and coordination of resources at all levels of government, together with nonprofit agencies and community-based organizations. The Board of Supervisors has endorsed the plan and is seeking the Milpitas City Council's endorsement. For Milpitas, many of the community plan strategies are items that the City Council has advanced, including policies and programs that have been implemented by our department. The activities and initiatives being planned are also in alignment with the community plan strategies. Just to highlight some examples, the Rent Relief Program has been assisting the most vulnerable residents to prevent displacement and curb short-term homelessness. The Sengoku project will provide affordable units and supportive housing. Our housing team has also been working on service options from homeless outreach, needs assessment, and case management. And we're trying to develop a multi-year roadmap and strategy for Milpitas. To implement the community plan, Santa Clara County established the Unhoused Task Force in September. The City of Milpitas is fortunate to have 2 representatives on the task force because some other cities have just one. Vice Mayor Nunes and Councilmember Dominguez serve on this task force. The focus of the task force is to identify immediate solutions for the unhoused that can be implemented quickly. Next slide. Speaking of the county and our partners in the effort to end homelessness, I'm going to introduce the speakers we have tonight that will present and answer questions. We have Ray Branson with Destination Home, Catherine Kaminsky and Consuelo Hernandez with Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Ray.
Thank you, Sharon. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ray Branson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Destination Home, a public-private partnership formed over a decade ago to end homelessness in Santa Clara County. Before I get into the presentation, I just want to take a moment to thank Milpitas City staff. I think the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and Council members should know that you have an incredibly dedicated team at the city. We work with cities throughout Santa Clara County, and you have a group of professional staff that really care about this work and put in a lot of time. So it's been a pleasure to work with them in the development of this plan. Next slide, please. For a long time in Santa Clara County, there were a lot of separate efforts to address homelessness. Back in 2000, we had a City of San Jose plan, a County of Santa Clara plan, groups working, dedicated nonprofit partners working to try and address the issue head on their own. But in 2015, our continuum of care, which is really government agencies like the City of Milpitas, private sector partners like Cisco, philanthropy like Silicon Valley Community Foundation, community groups, neighborhood associations, and folks with lived experience all came together and said that maybe we can do more if we work together as a community to address this issue head on. This issue is 10,000 people living outside on any given night in Santa Clara County. But for the first time, we adopted a bold plan, a community plan to end homelessness that called for the creation of 6,000 housing opportunities, preventing thousands and thousands of families from ending up on the streets and figuring out how to reshape the system of care. At the time, we had a lot of big ideas, but we didn't quite know how we were going to accomplish it. We just know we needed to be in it together. Next slide. The good news is we did a lot more than we originally set out to do. I said 6,000 opportunities. Over the last 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, collectively, we've housed over 20,000 individuals throughout Santa Clara County. We've doubled the number of supportive housing units in our community serving our most vulnerable residents, and we've doubled the number of temporary housing options. In 2017, we took a system of 15 disconnected partners throughout Santa Clara County and brought them together to create a homelessness prevention system that now serves and prevents homelessness for 1,500 families a year. And we ended homelessness for 1,600 veterans along that time as well. Because of the collective work and impact of a whole bunch of people working together. But it also happened because the voters stepped up and said they wanted to make a difference. In 2016, voters approved County Measure A, which was a $950 million affordable housing bond that included $700 million specifically for supportive and extremely low income housing. It was the first bond of its kind and the largest of its kind at the time. And it showed that our community as a whole wanted to see people off the streets and knew that that was the only way that we would ever recover and become a safer, more healthy place for everyone. All that work aside, though, we still have far, far to go. Next slide, please. The reality is, as Sharon alluded to, homelessness is continuing to grow. For every one person that we've put in housing over the last 5 years, and we've put more people in housing over the last 5 years than we ever have in our community, 2 to 3 people are ending up out on the streets. We're able to assess this for the first time, and we see these newly homeless people ending up outside, but we know that if we can't stem that inflow, if we can't stop people from getting displaced and pushed onto our streets, we're going to have more and more people suffering. There's a lot of factors that are at play that are resulting in these numbers. Next slide, please. We have a growing wealth gap. So put simply, the richest people in our community are making more money now than they were 15 years ago, and the poorest people are making less money. That means they can't afford a place to live. Basic necessities are harder and harder to come by. And in this terrible, terrible time of COVID, we know that being one paycheck away from homelessness, being one paycheck away from eviction means that you're one step away from homelessness. And more people than ever before in our community are at that state. Next slide, please. We're also just not building enough deeply affordable housing. We've done a good job, and Milpitas included, in providing market rate housing in our community and building market rate housing. Milpitas has actually been exceptional in this regard. But as a county and as a community as a whole, for every 34 extremely low income renters, and for every 100 extremely low income renters, there's only 34 apartments. So these folks end up becoming severely rent burdened, meaning they're paying over 50% of their income just for rent, which means they're going to end up outside. We just haven't been able to keep up with that deeply affordable housing stock, and that means everybody in our community is at risk. Next slide. And lastly, we also see extreme racial disparity at the core of this. And the systemic racism, which unfortunately has been a part of our economic system for a long time, is manifesting on the streets. Destination Home conducted a study on race equity in homelessness, and we saw more Black and brown people in our homeless system than ever before. And we know that there's upflow safety net systems that need to be repaired, need to be strengthened if we're going to make a difference. So there's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of work to be done. But fortunately, as Catherine's going to tell you, there's a plan to move us forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the rest of this presentation. I'm going to reserve my questions until after the presentation. So Catherine, welcome.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks, Ray. Thank you, Sharon. So, I'm going to share some highlights of the plan. Hopefully you were able to take a chance to review the plan that was in the packet, because I'm not going to go into every detail, but I want to point out a few things. As we were developing this plan, we felt it was really important to integrate a couple of values throughout the entire plan. The first of those is that we want to raise the voices of people with lived experience and share power with our unhoused and recently housed neighbors, and be accountable to the community that we're serving. The second is that we want to focus on policies and programs that reduce racial inequity to address those disparities that Ray just discussed in the last slide. So these are sort of two of the guiding values that you'll see throughout the entire plan, and that will focus some of our work moving forward. The plan itself is a roadmap for our community. It is a guiding document that isn't about a specific program, but is about sort of our collective goals as a community. We did extensive outreach with the community in the development of this plan through public forums, through meetings with folks with lived experience, meetings with providers, and meetings with city staff, such as Sharon and the team at Milpitas. Next slide, please. So this plan is built on 3 core strategies. The first strategy is sort of the broadest scope of work, in that it's strategies focused on addressing the sort of entrenched economic and societal causes of homelessness through systemic and policy change. The second strategy is really around expanding the programs that we know are working, expanding our housing programs, developing more affordable housing, and building capacity of our system to serve more individuals, because we know we're not meeting the need today. The third area of work is around improving the quality of life for people who are outside today. So we know that while we're doing everything to expand the number of people that we can serve in various programs and the number of housing units available, we also know that during that time, people will be staying outside, and we have developed some strategies around increasing temporary housing, increasing our outreach services, and trying to better meet the needs of folks who are unsheltered. Next slide. So there's far more details on what each of those strategies includes in the plan itself, but the overall targets that we have set as a community are aggressive and bold, and build upon the successes over the last 5 years. So we've set a target to reduce the inflow of people becoming homeless by 30% over the next 5 years through some of that systemic and policy change work in strategy 1. We also set a goal to house 20,000 people through the supportive housing system over the next 5 years, increasing the number that we achieved over the last 5 years. We want to expand the homelessness prevention system to serve even more. And this is a goal that was set pre-pandemic and will be revisited because that prevention system has expanded even over the last several months. And then as we want to build on the capacity of our temporary housing programs as well. We've increased them over the last 5 years, but again, knowing the number of people who are unsheltered, we know we need to build on that capacity. And lastly, we want to address racial inequities present among our homeless population and track progress towards reducing those disparities. Next slide. So while the pandemic sort of turned all of our worlds upside down, the supportive housing community, everybody within our system came together and took significant action to further the goals that were already identified in the plan. So, for example, the county worked with partners to create a centralized shelter hotline. And during just since March, that shelter hotline has connected over 2,900 households to congregate and non-congregate shelters, which is just our motel and hotel programs. Destination Home and Sacred Heart Community Services have distributed almost $22 million in direct financial assistance, helping over 11,700 families via a 70 agency partnership. So working with grassroots agencies all over our community to make sure that those funds are accessible to everybody. We have also distributed over 1,000 pieces of PPE. We've increased our hygiene services that's available to those on the street, increased mobile shower and sanitation services for folks living in encampments, for example. And in this time, we also have connected over 1,100 households to permanent housing. So while we added to our sheltering efforts, tried to get as many people into isolation and places where they could be safe from from exposure to COVID, our permanent housing efforts didn't slow down at all. And lastly, we have some interim housing communities that are underway in various jurisdictions. But for example, the city of San Jose is adding 300 interim housing units as we speak. Next slide. So what we're asking today is for you to consider endorsement of the plan. We're here to answer questions. We are open to coming back and reporting on progress and working with your staff to implement the strategies within this plan. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Sharon.
Thank you, Catherine. Next slide, that'll be our last slide. The staff recommendation is for council to adopt a resolution to endorse the 2025 Santa County Community Plan to end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I got a couple of comments and questions, inquiries. I want to check in. I love the county. I think I'm the only person on the city council that used to work for our county. A lot of folks know I used to be a social worker with the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program and all. So it's really great to see the Office of Supportive Housing here in Milpitas tonight, putting forward an effort. But it's more complicated than just, I think, a plan. So I got a few questions. And Catherine, if you could help me, I don't want to ask you a question if you're not the person to ask. I want to give you all my respect and care. You know, we do big Milpitas welcomes here in town. In regards to the Project Home Key in Milpitas, that's not your area, is it?
The Office of Supportive Housing is working on that project. And our acting director, Consuelo Hernandez, is also, I believe, here on the phone and has been involved as well. So we can answer questions.
Okay, great. If I could have that person. Hello there. Are you there?
Hi, Mayor Tran. Yes, this is Consuelo, acting director with the Office of Supportive Housing. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you. Welcome. Thanks for being with us at this kind of late hour. So I really appreciate all the work your office does. Just a lot of changes, like I mentioned earlier. This year has been really unpredictable. And I think the Project Home Key here in Milpitas has really upended a lot of our community, not just folks in the neighborhood, but across town, because we're kind of caught off guard. It's a huge project. Can you tell me how this project came about? I wish I was fully comprehending just this whole story of it. Can you start from the beginning and tell us the story of how we got here with the Project Home Key?
Sure, I'm happy to answer questions here if it's appropriate with this item. One of the kind of exciting things but challenges has been the state funding that came very quickly through the governor's action to dedicate some of the COVID-19 response resources. The state put out, the HCD team at the state level published a NOFA advertising for funding to be able to convert hotels to rapidly house individuals that are more vulnerable because of COVID. Folks do have to meet a particular age, underlying conditions. There's criteria that FEMA set. And so this was an opportunity to move quickly and leverage resources in our community that we wouldn't otherwise be receiving. The city of Milpitas, through this partnership, is basically being awarded the largest state allocation of Project Home Key. And Project Home Key is a continuation of Project Room Key. And Project Room Key was this permission that the governor granted to local jurisdictions to be able to lease hotel rooms in response to COVID. So the history really originated through the Project Room Key. Because of the success of Project Room Key, that lended its opportunity to Project Home Key. And the county identified a couple of parcels through existing partnerships, and it moved really quickly. I will share with you that it isn't typical. We usually have these development opportunities that take about 5 years from the time that we identify a parcel through community engagement, the land use approval process, and by the time we're ready to open the doors, it typically takes about 5 years. If you recall, last year or maybe 2 summers ago, I presented to your council on the Sango Court project that we're co-funding, and we still have not broken ground on that site, even though your council took action, I want to say it was 2 years ago. So really the reason for the acceleration of the project really has to do with the source of funds and our ability to move quickly to identify a property in your community that will help your council and your city meet your RENA goals. So again, happy to go into as much detail as you need me to, but I also want to respect the action before you regarding the plan to end homelessness.
Right, and so I think this project is a part of the plan. And so I just want to, on the benefit of all the residents watching right now, we've got thousands of people tuning in to this meeting. If not tonight, then tomorrow. You spoke about a partnership with the city of Milpitas, but I don't ever recall, agreeing to the partnership. Where did the partnership come to fruition?
It's through this endorsement, right? One component of that, as Catherine mentioned, there are 3 strategies in the plan to increase the number of units that are available to people experiencing homelessness, improve the quality of life, and where possible, use existing streamlining opportunities to accelerate our efforts to end homelessness in the county. So the city of Milpitas isn't actually an applicant of the Project Home Key. We view our partnership with you all in terms of our previous actions together, including Sango Court. I know we are discussing through your housing subcommittee a possible agreement with the county for some case management and direct services. That's what I mean about the partnership. So not necessarily a partner in the Home Key project, but generally speaking as a partner in our county.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to chime in just from a Brown Act perspective. Yes, you can definitely ask questions, I think, about that project as it relates to the plan. I just wouldn't want us to get so narrowly focused that the public is essentially deprived of the right to hear kind of what's being shared at this point, because it's not really on the agenda as a specific agenda topic.
Is this project, Chris, is this Project Home Key a part of the county community plan? Can you help me out here?
Yeah, my understanding is I think it was indicated it is, but I wouldn't want you to get so narrowly focused that if this turns into a sole discussion about the project, then the public's being deprived of the right to know that you guys are discussing solely the project. And that's kind of, so keep it as, I mean, you can definitely ask questions to get a better understanding. I just want to relate it back to the plan as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the plan. Let me check in also with Catherine. Out of all 15 cities in the county, can you tell me how many of those cities have endorsed this plan?
We're working with all the cities right now on taking the plan to their council for endorsement. You are one of the first. So the city of San Jose has endorsed the plan. The County Board of Supervisors has endorsed the plan, and various other groups in the community. But you're the second city. Okay. We're in the process of scheduling with other cities across the county.
Okay, great. So just for the public and the media, whoever catches this, it's a much more complex issue. Trust me, I've been there as a practitioner. And I've been here as the mayor. And so I won't ask any further questions about the Project Home Key. I'm not going to get into it. There's a lot to it. Tonight, our city council has made a decision to take action in 2 weeks to explore litigation, and I'll leave that at that. But our community has not had an opportunity to be a participant, to have our voices heard, not just with the Project Home Key, but even tonight here with this plan. We did not make it much advertised to the community besides the agenda going out. And so because this Project Home Key is a part of the plan tonight, I'll be voting no on this. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Mayor, I just want to, Project Home Key does not appear in the community plan to end homelessness in any shape or form. The only part of the plan that could even remotely be considered containing Project Home Key is our goal to create 20,000 housing units. So I just want to make that very clear that you won't, if you pick up the plan and go through the plan, you won't find mention of Project Home Key in the implementation guide, in the document itself. This is more of a general community plan and alignment among all of our cities and our partners on ending homelessness and our desire to end homelessness through those 3 primary strategies.
I understand. I've been a part of this county, and I've been a part of politics for a little bit now. And so I'm not looking to be the city outside of San Jose that's going to approve this plan, knowing that part of your office at the county, Office of Supportive Housing, are the ones leading the effort to move forward with this Project Home Key. And I'm on video, Project Home Key, without engaging our residents. It's it's not even about the supportive housing. It's just about the shotgun move, 90 days. That's straight disrespectful to me. So, and it's not because of you folks. I appreciate what you do, by the way. But I'm speaking on behalf of residents and folks who are looking to have a fair shot. So appreciate your input, and I am listening. Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
Sorry, I need to drink some water really quick. Give me two seconds for this. All right, thank you so much, Mayor. First and foremost, I do want to welcome all of our guests. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have done. I know that sitting on the Unhoused Task Force, that has been definitely an experience because I've learned so much. And I've learned that even as I work also with our unhoused community, that it's more than just a position in the county that allows you to really understand policy and what's happening. And so I invite our community to join our unhoused task force meetings because they have definitely brought into light so much information. And that is also a meeting that has public comment, and that is a way, in my experience in working in government for the past 12 years, the primary member of the council that represents and engages with county officials to ensure that the community is informed is our mayor. And so with all due respect, Mayor, I also believe that if the information is not given to us, it is our responsibility to go get it. And I believe that is also for each one of us. And I believe that is why both Vice Mayor and myself, when we heard about this potential project, we immediately called our representative and immediately asked for the information. And so we have all been learning together this information. Nobody has gotten it first, then somebody else, for the reasons that the staff have shared from the county. This is moving really fast from the government and above us. And so I also want to be very clear that the move earlier, the decision to explore options with litigation is just to explore it. And I am not in any way, shape, or form condemning a litigation action at this moment because I don't have that information. And so I want to be supportive of you, Mayor, because you are the leader of this city. And I want to support your idea that I'm willing to listen to. But at this point, I also believe that it is our responsibility to kind of come into consensus and some middle ground, because I do believe that homelessness is an issue that every city is dealing with, and that we need to, as leaders of our respective cities, one of the things that the county has said is that every city is going to have to put in their fair share. And in any way, shape, or form, Milpitas is not being segregated. There is, if you see the chart, there is 5 cities that have 0. And unfortunately, maybe because of past leadership, I'm not too sure. I wasn't here. I just know that our city has 0, and that the county is asking all of us to endorse this plan to end homelessness, because homeless individuals are people, and people that deserve dignity. And as leaders, we're here to represent those who make $0 to those that make millions of dollars. So my comments are really on the proposed plan to end homelessness, because I do believe that there is some questions that I have in this plan. And I've also asked if you've been attending the Unhoused Task Force meetings, you have seen that both Vice Mayor and myself have been advocating for 2 main things. 1, to ensure that there's community engagement in this process of adopting this plan, and 2, to ensure that the assessment is fair and it represents, it's equitable along small cities compared to big cities, and that we are able to assess our homeless in a way that is going to give them a fair share and a fair shot in getting into these projects. And so my question is really around, because I do understand that there's stage 1, 2, and 3 of this, in the strategic. And so my question is really with the assessment. And Ray, thank you so much for your comments in terms of clarifying that the project, it's 2 separate things. One is the plan in itself and the commitment that we have to get Milpitians homeless off the streets. So I want to be very clear with that. This is not San Jose. This is not Los Altos. This is not Gilbert. We're talking about Milpitas homeless. So we're talking about the guy that lives under 237. We're talking about the group of folks that hang out by the Goodwill. So I want to be very—
Are they getting housed in this project, or?
Excuse me?
Are they getting housed in this project, the ones you're referring to?
Mayor, could I finish my thought, please? May I finish my thought?
Carry on.
Thank you. So I was moving in that direction, and that is my question, Ray, because I do believe that this is a great opportunity. This is the only city that's getting $27 million on top. And so I have 2 questions. The first question that I have is, someone mentioned RENA, and I also sit on that committee, government board body, that is talking about RENA numbers. And I know that in the city of Milpitas, we definitely want to, building is another controversial issue. So the RENA numbers of affordable housing are numbers that we have not reached. With these projects, and I don't know if this is maybe more for staff, but staff, if we, for example, the project Home Key, those are 125 rooms or so that are already there. Would those count towards our RENA numbers, where it would prevent us from building another building with 125 rooms that are dedicated to unhoused populations? So my first question is, do these rooms in this plan that are being used with Measure A funding, are those rooms or buildings or units contributing to our RENA numbers as a city that are mandated by the governments, by the state government?
Yes, council member, they are. I can answer that question. AB 83, the law that authorized all of this work, allows 100% of these units created through Project Home Key to be counted towards your RENA goals.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that information. My second question moves then towards our families here in Milpitas. So this is a question that both the Vice Mayor and ourselves and Catherine, so nice to meet you. I've heard of your name. So I heard we're going to have a meeting before October 16th. So both the Vice Mayor and I are looking forward to that, because we asked this question last Saturday, which was, we're hearing from the community. I have spoken to over 200 people, and many of them, their concerns are families from Milpitas are not being assessed and placed into not only the project Home Key, but maybe potentially Single Core or any other project with Measure A funding, or that may be part of a county partnership. So I guess my question would be, as I look at, I think there was 2 slides before, and I know for those who are watching, it looks like I could see myself. It looks like I'm looking up. I'm actually looking to another computer screen, so I'm paying attention. But there's 2 other screens. I don't know if in the presentation, I think if you could go back to one more. Okay, this one. So this is where I think that folks may get confused of. We have 3 different strategies. So the 3rd strategy, and that is where I would like to just focus on the assessment piece, which is I understand that the county uses the VIS PDAP for assessments. And this is where our homeless come in or they have a touch with somebody, an access point. They go ahead and conduct this mechanism of assessment of some sort, which is the VIS PDAP. Then out of that, they get rankings. And so they start getting placed based on, I want to say in simplest forms, those that need shelter the most or are going to be exposed to potentially life or death. That's how it was explained to me in simplest terms. My question comes with that strategy 3, because I want to support this. I really do. Because I believe that the county has never invested so much money. I believe in partnerships. I understand that when you define partnerships, we have to partner. We are moving into a recession. The city of Milpitas is not going to find $27 million anywhere. If anything, we might have to cut $27 million, but that's another conversation. So I think for me is there a way that we could partner with the county to ensure that the VIS PDAT is measuring and assessing our families correctly, so we could move them into those rooms that are being built or opening up, in essence, giving priority. And I understand the concept of, it was explained to me, I may not agree with it, but it was explained to me, and I get it, where when county funds or Measure A funds come into a project, it opens it up to everyone who's on this wait list for the entire county. So I understand that, but I also understand that we have needs in the city that is hosting these buildings, that I do feel that it is my responsibility as an elected member to advocate for our families in Milpitas. And you heard them earlier, right? Their concern is really, can we make projects that are going to be focused towards families? Can we somehow work with the school district to ensure that the assessment of the VIS PDAT is also including those families that have been assessed by the first 5 assessment tool that the school district is using? And could we overlap that system and change the current system that honestly I'm not too supportive of, because I feel that has too many holes where it's not assessing people correctly. And so I know, Catherine, we were going to have a meeting on this per the direction of President Cindy Chavez, which I definitely appreciate her support in her understanding my question. And I hope I've made sense. I know that there's a lot of acronyms. So if people are watching us, they may be lost, or if you don't know the acronyms, or you don't know this. I was super lost and I needed 3 sessions and I may still not get it right. But I guess my other question is there any way that we could use this assessment tool to help assess our Milpitas families to ensure that they're on the wait list, 1, and that they are going to get the opportunity to move into these units once they become available?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member, for your question and impressive understanding of the system after just a few meetings with Unhoused Task Force. Yeah, so the assessment, the housing assessment that you're referring to, you're absolutely right. It assesses for both the vulnerability of the household, and also assesses to match people with the right kind of resources, so that we're matching people with resources that will help them get housed and retain that housing. We absolutely want to work with you and staff to figure out ways that we can better assess the Milpitas community, whether that's adding new access points, that if there are places where people are already receiving services, that for families that may be experiencing homelessness and they're not receiving services elsewhere in our system, so we're missing them. We would love to work with those organizations to make them an access point for our homeless system, so that they could be added to what we call our community queue. It seems like a wait list, but it is a list that is different every day because more people are being assisted every day. We would also work with your staff, if when a development is going to come online. What we have done in the past is work on doing some really targeted outreach in that community to make sure that the folks experiencing homelessness in that community are assessed and are more likely to be placed in that development. And we have seen a lot of success with that targeted outreach effort in other housing developments. So those are a couple of things that we can talk about, but we're open to other ideas and am looking forward to those discussions.
And council member, if I may, just one more. I think Catherine really covered all the points well. I will tell you that as part of our work with our endorsements of the community plan, Destination Home, my organization, is also considering a grants program for cities outside of San Jose to provide capacity building grants for cities that are trying to better target their specific homeless populations. So we're working in South County right now. We've been having conversations with a few North County cities. We've mentioned this briefly to some of your staff, but if there is interest within the city of Milpitas to explore, Destination Home is more than happy to consider a grant opportunity to look specifically. Maybe it sounds like families. I've heard families come up from a lot of different Milpitians over the past couple of months. So we'd be more than happy to explore an opportunity to fund additional resources within the city.
Thank you so much, Ray, for saying that. And I love Destination Home, the work that you guys have done in the past years and the funding that you guys have been able to secure. Congratulations. That's definitely an accolade that you guys deserve credit for. I know your team works really hard over there. And so definitely appreciate, I would love to take you up on that. And maybe when the vice mayor and I meet with Catherine, that could be something we could explore. I would love to move in that direction as a representative of the Unhoused Task Force, because I think that fulfills the gap that our community is seeing, along with another gap, which is just the communication piece, which I think is something we could still work on as we move forward with this project. The one thing that I think I love what I'm hearing, and I think one of the things that I have learned in our community has seen is just compromise. We need to compromise, right? We need to compromise, ensuring that our most vulnerable families are being taken care of. And I'm not the first one to say I'm going to sue you. That's not the way that I operate. That's not the way that I work. I love dialogue, and I will continue the dialogue with the people who are watching us at home, because I think it's important that we also represent the community that lives here. So my last and final question, I promise, council members, and thank you, Mayor, for your patience, is could we potentially add a community agreement to this? What I'm starting to think is maybe we could, as part of this recommendation, add a letter from all of us on the mayor and our council members, if that's something that they would be willing to add into this recommendation, which would be a letter from the leadership team being very specific to the county, very specific, saying, okay, we agree and endorse this plan with the priorities that our city is taking, which is ensuring there's a fair assessment, ensuring that our families in Milpitas will get access to the units, ensuring that we're going to explore additional grant opportunities to ensure that the access points, additional access points are being provided in conjunction with the school district. I think that if we do that, then I would feel really comfortable because it's in writing. And I would feel really comfortable going back to our community because that's what our community is saying. And our community is saying we want families. And I think that the families are missing that access point. But the school district has done a great job in having them in some sort of list. So I think we need to bring the school district in to partner as we move. How do we figure this out? Because I think this is an opportunity that our community has, and we shouldn't miss out on it because we could craft it together, right? This isn't this project or that project. What I'm seeing is a door of opportunity that I would not want to stop doing. So with that, I do thank you all for your time. Thank you, Sharon, for everything that you've been doing. And I will go ahead and yield time for my colleagues since I'm sure they have plenty of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dominguez. I just want to follow on your comments. I think this is a very important item, which will have a great effect on many of us. Maybe for our life. But I just want to follow up on some of your comments. I know you mentioned that, Councilmember Dominguez, you mentioned that transparency and communication is key between you and our community with this whole process of this plan, Project Home Key, which is a part of this plan, not separate. How many meetings has the city had, official city meetings in collaboration with our partners? How many city meetings have we had with our partners where the city played a official host role for this plan and also for the project? And were you there?
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. I could rest assure you that I am answering this question based on the information that I know. And again, we all have our way of leading. The way that I lead and the way that I've been taught to lead is if we don't get the information, we go look for it. And so I do believe that the county has been, just like we publish our meetings, they have been publishing their meetings. And I believe that any one of us could look at their agenda. So if you're asking that, there's been a couple that have been agendized. I know that I have waited up to 7-8 hours on queue to make my public comment to ensure that when this comes to Milpitas, that there's a community engagement piece. Now, I've stated in my past comments, and traditionally, the mayor is the one on the forefront of these conversations. I'm not going to get in an argument with you on why you've been there or you haven't been there. All I'm saying is that most of the time the county will reach out to the mayor or respective members saying, hey, there's this project coming, which is, I believe, what happened on August 25th from the info memo that we got. And so I do believe because this is a private partnership, the governor of California has done things very differently that I think both of us don't agree on how this happened. But I do believe that we both are looking for what is best for all Milpitians. And at this point, the project that you're referring to is separate from this, but I also agree there has to be a community engagement part. And so with that, there was a meeting yesterday. I didn't see you on the meeting. I was in attendance by the developer who said that they were going to do another meeting on October 22nd and that they are going to be doing postcards to residents. So I do hope that they follow through on that. So our community is going to have the opportunity to attend a public forum meeting. And I actually recommend all of our members, including you, Mayor, to be in attendance. It was a very informational meeting with all three entities. Again, this project is not a city project. It is not city-led. And so I also believe that it is our responsibility, and I want to apologize to our community, because if we somehow did not move into that leadership role and we expected staff to do it because of the way this charter is written in Milpitas, then I will take full responsibility to say we could do that better, and we are going to do it better. And
let's have a meeting then. Let's have a community meeting then.
we're already having a community meeting on October 22nd.
Hosted by the city of Milpitas.
The county's going to be there, the developer's going to be there, and there's going to be a representative from
the official host of the meeting.
Mayor, could I finish my sentence? I'm asking you a question. Could I finish my sentence?
Oh, I thought you were done. Okay, carry on.
Thank you. So at this point, there is going to be a community meeting on October 22nd. All of us are saying the same thing, Mayor. We do not agree that this project came upon us, but that is not a reason why we should say no to this project before us if we write a letter that is clear with some of the requests that we're asking for us to agree to end homelessness. I don't think any of us on this council is saying that if you're homeless, you're automatically a criminal, you're automatically deserve to be treated without dignity. I don't believe any of us, as a person of faith, I don't believe that any of us up here are feeling that way. What we're feeling is frustration over a process that brings bureaucracy. We're all in government. We could do it better. So it's going to take all of us to get there. So to answer your question, if that answered it, I think at this point we could move forward with the October 22nd community meeting, but I don't feel that's, I think that's separate from this. I don't think it's together. And I see Chris that he's about to tell me to be quiet. So I'm gonna go ahead and be quiet and get ahead of that before he's giving me the look and he's not even on the side of me. So I definitely don't want to violate any Brown Act violations. So thank you.
I just wanted to thank you, Councilmember Dominguez and Mayor Tran. I just wanted to encourage the council to get back to the plan. So that's all.
Okay, well, back to the plan. We've had no community meetings hosted by the city of Milpitas in regards to the plan or the project home key within the plan. Let me go to their city manager, Steve McHarris, for transparency. You ready, Steve? Let me ask you for some transparency in front of the people of Milpitas. How many meetings has the city took official part in leading, hosting, however you want to put it, moderating, facilitating? How many meetings have we had with our partners about this plan or what's within the plan, which is the project home key? Please.
To public meetings with the elected officials?
Public, city of Milpitas, stamp, everything, seal, yes.
Any of the council members could
for the
answer
public,
that question.
Not for us, for the public.
No, but I'm just saying any of the council members could answer that question that we have not had any.
Well, you're the city manager. I'm asking you for transparency.
And didn't you know that there's not been any meetings of the council on this plan?
Okay, great. And so thank you. That's
Mayor, I would mention that this plan has been reviewed at the council's subcommittee, the housing subcommittee.
And so we need a public meeting. I know the subcommittee is a public meeting, but it's a subcommittee meeting. It's not a public meeting for actual public town hall style. So, I want to keep this meeting going forward here. Is Consuelo, are you still with us this evening? I do see you.
Yes, Mayor Tran, I'm here.
Okay, there's so much I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I wish the state gave the county money and the county gave the city money, because we got property here in town. We have, other areas, all areas. And so, but, that's not the case. And so I'm just trying to speak on behalf of the residents. I don't want to wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to try to, take a deeper look into something. I am just here to do what the residents tell me to do. And it's a hard place we're in. I want to ask about your plan to end homelessness, which is a strong plan, that I want to recognize. Now, for housing folks in a project like Home Key, let's use Home Key for an example here at the extended stay. This is a part of the plan, so I want to ask about the plan. Folks want to talk about housing our families. And so within the plan, Project Home Key Milpitas, would that project house families, or is it just for single people?
So I think thank you for the question. I think the way to look at the community plan is in a similar way that you all look at your general plan, right? It forms the foundation of how you want to grow in your community. So for us, the community plan is a framework around the work that we plan to do over the next 5 years. So it doesn't speak to a specific project. It does expand on our strategy to address homelessness amongst individuals and amongst families. And it does it in a way where it's structured around 3 core strategies. And then each strategy is complemented by several smaller objectives that speak to some of the questions that you've raised around homelessness. One example is strategy 1 talks about steps that we can take to address the root causes of homelessness through system and policy change. And one of the strategies is to connect people to accessing safety net services in a better way than they are now, which addresses the question that was raised by, or the concern that was raised by Councilmember Dominguez. So it doesn't specifically speak to
Thank you. I'm just trying. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to make sure, I'm kind of being efficient with the information I'm looking to get. The part of this plan and then housing folks, does this plan address homeless families at all?
It does. It does.
Okay, housing
If you
homeless
look-
families.
Yes, if you look at strategy 1, for instance, expand housing programs for families involved in the child welfare system is one example.
Okay, there you go. Okay. I don't want to waste your time. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it.
Does this plan include housing folks that are reentry, folks that are on parole in all these housing facilities?
So under strategy 1, one of the subcategories is to support households with incarcerated family members to prevent homelessness.
Okay, so they would have to have a family, or can they just be single and no dependents?
Right, there's different justice involved programs. So presumably a person that is leaving jail or is incarcerated and they are at risk of homelessness because they have nowhere to go, there are justice programs that are targeted for those individuals.
Okay, thank you. I just take what's there. And so under this plan, my second to last question, by the way. So under this plan, which includes Project Home Key across the whole county, different locations, including Milpitas, what about housing 290 folks?
So it doesn't work as simple as that. The way that we fund our services and the way that we provide rental assistance, there's restrictions on how you house individuals that are characterized or qualify for 290. They are not necessarily eligible to live in certain properties depending on its proximity to other locations or other services and uses, and it depends on how we're funding it. So federal funds restrict how you can house certain individuals or categories, and happy to provide more information.
And so what about here in Milpitas with Project Home Key? Can you?
So it's system wide. So if we're providing the rental subsidies with the federal subsidy, then somebody who, and using your words, a 290 individual wouldn't qualify.
Okay, can you commit that this plan that we're discussing tonight under the agenda will not house 290 folks here in Milpitas?
Again, Mayor, the plan is not structured.
Can you clarify what 290 is for those of us that don't know? What is 290?
Sexual offenders, council member, sexual offenders.
Thank you.
Okay, and then my last question is, so I think you brought up the community queue. I think Consuelo, as you or Catherine, I'm listening intently. And so there's a wait list right now for the Office of Supportive Housing, right? Can you share under this plan how long, how many people are on the wait list and how long the processing time is for the wait list? It's kind of, I think about affordable housing here in Milpitas, which I'm behind 100%. And folks are in line wait list for affordable housing for 3 to 4 years. And so, what's the wait list right now in the community queue that was spoken about?
And great question, Mayor. Catherine, if I can just frame the following, it's better to think about the community queue as a way of prioritizing resources and not as your traditional wait list. Traditional wait lists are stale, they're stagnant. As you mentioned, people stay on them for multiple years. The list, the community queue it's a living list. So if we go out and target folks in Milpitas for outreach, for instance, they get on the list, and if their acuity level is higher than somebody else, they rise to the top. So yeah, it's kind of hard to understand. And
I get it.
Yeah. So Catherine, sorry if you wanted to chime in some additional information there.
Yeah,
I think you covered it. I would just add that, people are reassessed as well. We recognize that situations change. So it's not stagnant in that once you're on it, you're in the same place. We also make concerted efforts to make sure that we're continually reassessing people based on their current situation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Everybody's got different needs, with assessments and their biopsychosocial ecosystem and all that, and health and mental health and everything considering. And so maybe public record question, like, how many people are on the list total? If I'm curious to know.
Mayor, I'm sorry, staff.
Pardon me. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Mayor?
Point of order. You'll have to wait your cue. Point of order. Catherine, please. Sorry for the interruption, Catherine.
I don't have the exact number, but we can provide that. We can follow up with that information of an approximate number. It changes every day. But I would say, based on the numbers of homelessness that we see across the county, most people are in our assessment system. But we can certainly follow up with more information on that.
Yeah, Catherine, we're meeting.
I appreciate it. Point of order. 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 Pardon me. Point of order. Pardon me. We're speaking here. Point of order, please. Have some consideration for others. Thank you. And so we don't point of order. And so what I'm trying to say is I think this is a community item that needs the community's input, whether their folks are whatever position they are for the item. And I'm very uncomfortable going forward on record. I'm going to stick to the no tonight because I don't think we are engaging our community. With this plan, our city can have an official meeting, and I'm requesting that our city do an official meeting with the county as our partner so that we can go over this plan so residents can ask questions and have input. We've been discounted already, and so I cannot exclude the residents again twice in a short period of time. I believe we should have a community meeting for our community and our Milpitas residents. I will not exclude the residents again. There's just too much here that the residents need to be a part of. And so next up with the virtual raised hand, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts real quick. So if we could put the presentation back on, well, maybe not, don't put it back up yet. Someplace in there, so I have a couple of base questions first. Someplace in there talked about this agreement was a partnership. And so I don't know, Ray, if you said that, but somebody said that this was a partnership between the county and the cities, but one-on-one. So I don't remember, was that you, Ray?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Yes, Mayor. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so, and the city of Milpitas signed the first one in 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I wasn't on the city council in 2015. So that was another city council. That's why it's coming back now for renewal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
But did I understand there's only 2 cities that have this agreement, Milpitas and San Jose? Is that?
To date, the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara are the 2 government jurisdictions which have formally endorsed the plan. But we are scheduled to go to a number of other councils in the coming months and working on just dates and time. We would have had, I think, safe to say, much farther along the process had it not been for COVID-19. It's just been difficult with the timing.
But the city of Milpitas was what, an early adopter, because they went in 2015. So did you go to all the other cities between 2015 and now?
During 2015, during the year of 2015, we had, I believe, 10 cities that formally endorsed the plan during that year. But Milpitas was one of the first cities in 2015 as well.
So have you gone back to the other cities to ask them to renew theirs?
We are, yes. We're in the process of doing that right now.
Okay. This way, it's not really 2 cities. It's really 10. That just sounds better.
Yes,
what
sir.
that. Okay. So I want to be able to make sure that I'm clear. I think each one of my colleagues had very good points, and I think that if you were here from the very beginning, what you heard was the community saying we didn't hear about it until it was already here for that one project. It doesn't talk about the whole plan, because the plan, I think, is one that we need to focus on. Number one, that one project doesn't deal with all the unhoused in the city. But it is a plan that we need to actually take out and let persons look at. The city needs to be able to say, with that county plan, what are we going to be doing with it? You know, how are we going to try to implement it? And with this partnership, what does that really look like? Does it mean the county is going to come in and do A, B, and C? And what kind of voice are we going to have? What is the city going to do? And with what resources? So I really am in agreement that we need some type of community meeting where all the parties talk about what they have to bring to try to impact in a positive way those that are unhoused. I think Councilmember Dominguez, you know, when I sat there in that task force and listened to McKinney Vento, which is a term that's used by the school district all the time. And I thought they were going to be able to this project was at least going to be able to help them. And then I found out, no, not really, because they have a different definition. It occurred to me that there really needs to be a meeting of the school district as a public agency, yourselves, the county, the city, to say, let's talk about the unhoused in Milpitas and how we're going to address them. Though I understand that the county has its way. And when I'm looking, so I only see you, Catherine, on my screen. So I apologize when I say county, I look at you. Though you have a set system, partners, when I heard that first word, partners work out ways so that it isn't one partner dictating to all the other partners, this is what's going to happen. They really look at what's going to work in this circumstance in these cities. So in my mind, that's what I believe would come out of this type of public meeting, where community members can say, you know, our number one priority is families, or it's the families that have students that attend Milpitas Unified. And we can ask the district, what do you have to add to this mix so that we really are having a much larger impact? So I think there's some real value to having a meeting of that sort. At the same time, I understand that The bulk of the dollars came from the state grant, but that shouldn't be the thing that drives where we're going. I understood that at least from the county's point of view, they're going to use this instrument. And I wish I remembered, I had the memory of Councilmember Dominguez. I wrote it down, but on my desktop, there's like 87 things written down. But the tool they use, that doesn't mean that we couldn't come up with some way of using maybe that tool, but refine it in a way that really does set aside families with students enrolled at MUSD and set aside certain slots and or certain parts of that facility for them. And I know you're going to have to do something to refurbish that, that one facility. So why not make it family friendly for some parts of it? At the same time, we're still talking about other type of housing for the unhoused. At that meeting, we talked about Safe Park. We talked about providing washing and showers, but clothes, you know, many other things that this city needs to also talk to its community about what they'd like to do. A group of ministers get together and they've talked about those same kinds of things. So my question would be, is there a need for us to vote on this tonight? I mean, is there some timeline that says we need to adopt it tonight? Or could we hold that public meeting, invite Milpitas Cares, which are the ministers that are talking mostly about the washing of clothes and the bringing in of showers, bringing in some of those groups that also want to help with the unhoused, to get their points of view and what they'd like to do. I know there's still at least one more meeting of the unhoused task force. So I'd like to finish that work to bring it to this group too, to this conversation. I just think we're to adopt this and have the city not ready with whatever we're going to do. We're not being good partners if we're not ready either. So I think we.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
The community plan to end homelessness, the document that we have before you tonight was designed to serve as a frame. So there's nothing that necessarily, there's symmetric goals that are countywide, but there's nothing prescriptive about it necessarily. What we're doing with many of the other cities is while they're endorsing the plan now, the real goal is every city is going to develop their own implementation plan that is specific to their residents and to their needs. So we already have other cities like Cupertino that are planning on how they're going to engage their residents, what community meetings they're going to do. We're a small team of people that put together just a general frame, and we conducted hundreds of meetings up and down the county, and had conversations with staffs and the teams, and as many as we could with the small team that we have. But the real goal is that this is just a frame of broad general ideas that we know will be needed to end homelessness in our community. So cities will take this and will create their own plan that makes the most sense. And that's what we're seeing from most cities. So the endorsement is really just it's not an adoption of this plan. It's not saying we're going to do anything specific. It's saying that we commit the goals and values of preventing homelessness, reducing the inflow, and addressing the needs of our residents. So it's more of an ideological commitment than anything else.
And I understand that. I do understand that. I think what I'm hearing from the community is the one opportunity they had to see this in play, they don't feel like the partnership worked that well. This is an opportunity, I believe, to show them how we can do it better. And in my mind, it's worth doing that. This community is, I heard them over and over again saying, we'd like to be part of the conversation. We want to be able to talk about what's going to be going on. I listened to persons have some ideas about things that they thought would work well. Some persons that just wanted to move it. I get that too. But a lot of them also talked about things that would be beneficial. And so I really believe that the city itself needs to allow its citizens and its elected officials to be part of that conversation. And I like to think the best way to do that is in a community meeting. I think the administrative staff did their job, but now it's time for others to start participating at a little different level and to show them that in this partnership, we are actually true equal partners. Because this is, if you look at that, the community plan, there's still more things that are going to take place. And I like to think that before the next thing happens, we are going to sit down and have a conversation, lay out how we're going to roll it out, how we're going to include the community, what's going to be happening within the four walls of whatever that program is going to be, and that the community, the city, the county, the program operator, we're all going to be in agreement. But sometimes having a plan laid out of how you're going to do that, how you're going to be true partners, is something you have to work out first. And I think this is a good time to do that. So those are my thoughts. I understand really fully both the council member and the mayor, why they're actually at different ends trying to get to the same spot. And I think if you listen to the community, I can see why they got there. If you listen to the school district, they also want to be able to provide services to the families of their unhoused students. And that's something we've made a commitment to also. That's where we'd like to be the most helpful because we have a real opportunity to be impactful to those students that are in first, second, third grade so that they stay in school and help break that cycle that's there. So in my mind, if we can, if there's no real pressure, there's no real necessity to vote on this tonight, let's put the rest of that on there. Adopting it just to adopt it, to me means that we also don't have to adopt it. I think you should put some pressure on the city to fulfill its mission, which is putting its plan together. And we still have one more meeting at least of that unhoused task force, where I believe all the cities are supposed to come up with their plans. Isn't that correct, Consuelo or Catherine? Is that going to be the next item on that at the next meeting?
I believe the next meeting, the task force is going to solidify their plan, their recommendations. Yeah.
Okay. So I just think the citizens, as I heard them tonight, want to be involved. Some at different levels, but they want to be involved. I think they have two true champions I heard today, much more articulate than me. But they both asked for the same thing, letting those community members have their voice heard, and we need to allow for that. And so as I look at the plan, yes, it's not that specific, but I think for Milpitas, it needs to be a little more specific, because if I looked at just the home key, persons could ask, why weren't we all called back in as a city council to look at this? You know, just because we were out during July, believe me, we've been called back before in July. So there's lots of things that could have happened. I don't like to deal with what could have. It's what's going forward. And right now, I just think that we want to provide housing for the unhoused, whatever that looks like. And we need to be doing that in a way that includes our communities. And there's a number of persons that want to be involved. I heard that tonight. And so I would just like to make sure that we do that. And if that's a community meeting or multiple community meetings, I think that's helpful. And I don't think that will take long to have 2 or 3 of those. And then we will have the things that we need for our involvement at the in-house task force, and be able to come back and be partners, true partners in what the county is asking us to do. So that's how I see it. And I try to stay on point, Chris. I saw they moved you right to the middle, so I knew that meant they wanted me to see you, and I did. So that's how I see it. I think that, believe me, there's a lot of work left to be done. And this city, as I listen to persons, want to be involved and want to be of help. And I just think we should include the citizens. Those that want to be involved, we should include them. And as true partners, we should be willing to not be so steadfast on whatever the rules are. Let's accommodate and be flexible so that each city can feel that they in fact are true partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I truly value your comments, and thank you for standing up for Milpitas residents so that their voice can be heard. Next up here with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I'm not sure if the public is aware, but Destination Home and with Ray and Catherine, they came and did a presentation to the Housing Subcommittee. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. And I was under the impression that they had already did some community outreach, but now I've been finding that they didn't. So this community plan didn't really involve the community. And I think that's where Vice Mayor Nunez is coming from. He would like to have more community input. So one of my concerns during that housing subcommittee is I found out things that the county was the one that had the say-so. The cities did not have a say-so because it was the county supersedes the city. The county is the one that runs the show. I asked, well, shouldn't it be our residents that get first choice? And they said, not necessarily, because I guess they have some type of vetting system, whoever's in the most need. So it is countywide. So you are correct. It is not the citizens, the residents do not get to be in there. It's the county that chooses. And that was my biggest argument. And I know that Bob and Karina are on the housing task force. And I had asked Bob, because Bob is also on the housing subcommittee. And I asked him, well, when you have your housing task force meeting, I want you to tell them that it is really important that we, the city, get to choose our residents. Because why are we, with Measure A funds that was passed, and these are public tax dollars, we should have a say. So the whole purpose is to house our unhoused, the ones that are in Milpitas. But again, they said, no, it's the county is the one that supersedes and they get to make that decision. And so I had asked Bob to kind of go to bat for him when he met with the county to make sure that he tells them that. The other thing is the hiring of a community outreach worker. They said that they were the ones that were going to hire the outreach worker, not the city. So I had problems with this already. And then I got some calls from the community that they didn't hear anything about it. So I called their city manager. And so the city manager was able to do outreach to the county. And that's why they had the meeting Monday. I was trying to get in as well, and they wouldn't let me in for some reason. And then I got complaints from the community that it was a last minute and you had to pre-register in advance to attend the Zoom meeting. So that was one of the reasons why I wasn't able to get in as well, because I had to pre-register. So those are hurdles that they shouldn't be there. It should be open to the whole community. And I'm hoping that this next meeting on October 22nd, I think, is that it'll be more open to the public. And what I was hearing from the public comments is that there was no transparency. No, it wasn't, the community wasn't involved. they weren't involved because this is not a city-led initiative. It's a plan. It's through the county, and I think that's where the problem is. And you mentioned that the cities are going to be able to do their own plan. However, on this case, their own city implementation plans. But in this case, it seems like the county is doing all this. We haven't even gone through that stage because for some reason it was fast tracked. And I think there's a community group that is really advocating and met with the County Board of Supervisor Cortese. And I think that's why it was fast tracked. So yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor. We need some more information, and it needs to be community led. It needs to have community participation. And that's my biggest disappointment, that the county did not involve the community, and the residents, they've been here for a long time and they deserve to have their input. So just wanted to make that, and we do have I want to be clear, we do have a moral obligation to house our homeless, but let's do it the right way. Let's get that community feedback, and we need that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you for coming to make that presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First and foremost, some of the points that I wanted to add, and I thought I was adding as a colleague, I was appointed to the Unhoused Task Force. Mayor, Mayor, can I ask you if you could please turn on your camera, please? Mayor Richardson? Can you turn on your camera? Oh. I believe that there's 2 out. So I'm just going to stand here until the mayor comes back, so that I do deserve the respect for his camera to be on. Thank you, Councilmember Montano. I appreciate that. Okay, and so the mayor is not on, and I want the public to acknowledge that the behavior that we're seeing up here is just unacceptable. Because I was going to let him know that one of the things I wanted to add was that when he was asking the question from Catherine, that is the reason why Catherine, myself, and the vice mayor are meeting, was because we want to know how many Milpitians are on this wait list, and we want to know the assessment points, and we want to know. So all that is information that we want to know. Those are not questions that we're not advocating for. And so I want to be very clear. And Councilmember Montano, thank you so much for your comment. Trust me, Vice Mayor Nunez is advocating and doing exactly what you told. So I could guarantee you that he's doing that on the Unhoused Task Force. He is definitely making sure that he's pausing them just as he pauses us, and making sure that everything that you're asking, he is asking those questions. And that is why both of us got direction, again, by Supervisor Cindy Chavez, to meet with Catherine to answer all of these questions and hopefully bring them back to our Housing Commission and other public meetings that we have had. I want to be very open that I do believe that the community meetings are definitely important. But this council has also seen a trajectory, and I'll just be very blunt, where sometimes we say the community, we want to hear what the community needs are. We want to hear the community because the community. But then we saw in January, we did a survey, we listened to the community, and we still didn't do what the community wanted. So I'm not going to be the politician. I am not going to be the person that is saying one thing and acting differently, because I don't want that reputation. And so I will continue to advocate for community needs because that is what I really want to see. But that's not what we have seen from some members who are advocating for community input, and especially when we have placed community resources to get that information. Because at the end of the day, we still have an obligation as elected members to make decisions. And so the framework that I am seeing in the housing, the homeless plan that's before us is, I don't believe a framework that has, and I know that this hasn't, because if you have been around and if you are engaged, and I know Vice Mayor has in different meetings, I know Councilmember Fan has, this framework didn't just come from the sky. This framework took a long time, and there was community input already by Destination Home and by the county. I know there's community members here who participated in those circles where we had conversations with unhoused members, and they were able to do a dialogue of needs. I definitely believe that a community meeting is needed for Project Room Key in specifically, and I agree with the mayor on that it needs to be separate. And I also agree with Vice Mayor where we have to have a community meeting to add to the Milpitas framework, because this is actually, let me rephrase that, to the Milpitas scope of work. Because the way that I see this is a framework. This is what we are saying we want to follow. We're not married to it. But then we could bring a scope of work that's a plan for Milpitas. And that is something where we need to have a community engagement. At this point, I believe the meetings, both I support a community meeting on top of another community meeting. But this is what happens when we have so many community meetings. People get confused. And that is what I have seen over and over again. And that's not what I want. And our community is already confused as it is. I know some of us are confused as it is. So I definitely want to be supportive of a community meeting because I think that's our priority. But I also don't want to lose the framework and the scope of work that many of us have been engaged with. And if you see my calendar, like I said, I don't wait for an invitation. I crash every party. I crash every meeting. I think I crashed a developers meeting where I found out by a community member and I said, hey, I want to be in that meeting. And I got in the meeting, and then we made sure that that meeting was published. So did that come out the way that we wanted it to? No. Could we do better? Absolutely. But I also think that it's our responsibility as leaders and as elected members to find that information and not just wait until it comes and sits on our lap. I think that is unrealistic. And I think there's plenty of opportunities of public meetings. Like I said, I've sat on for 9 hours on a public, and now I know how a public feels. I was on that end. And so I think that it's already midnight and we did not even get through half of our agenda. So I want to move. I'm hearing what the mayor is saying. I don't agree with everything he says, and we all know that, but I hear what he's saying. I do believe that there's a conversation that's going to happen between the vice mayor, Catherine, and myself with a different hat that we're going to be able to influence what that Milpitas scope of work is going to look like based on the framework that's presented. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to adopt the framework that's being presented to us tonight with a letter stipulating the priorities that we have heard today, which is 1, we're agreeing with the scope of work, but we're also going to be prioritizing holding a community meeting. And maybe, Steve, the community meeting on October 22nd, maybe that could be a community meeting by our city as well. That way we're not duplicating the same meeting. I mean, that meeting is with the developer, with the county, and maybe we could just add the city into that and be the host. That would be something. I mean, honestly, I attended yesterday. Mayor Richardson, with all due respect, I know that in our agreements that you came up with, we said that body language is, we need to be respectful in body language. So I'm still speaking. So when you're shaking your head, I understand that that's your point of view. But if I could just kindly ask you to be a little bit more respectful when I'm speaking, I would gladly appreciate it. You don't see me doing that to you. Thank you. And so I think that maybe my request at this time is that we accept the framework of tonight with the conditions of that we're going to hold a community meeting. we're going to hold a separate community meeting for Project Room Key because that's separate from this framework. We're going to bring back the recommendations from the community meeting as well as the recommendations that are going to be at the unhoused task force because that's going to come back. But I believe that needs to go to the Housing Commission first before it comes to council. That would be my recommendation. So that way they do their due diligence in putting the Milpitas lens in. So by the time the council gets it, then we're not doing all this time on it. I think that's what commissions are for. And so that would be my recommendation, just so we could move with a direction. I also want to feel that, again, the framework is a framework. It's not a scope of work. It's not a binding document. It's a framework. But if we have the added letter that stipulates this is what we're going to do, then I think that gives us a direction to those two meetings to come back and then build a scope of work that is going to be Milpitas driven. And I believe Sharon's already doing that with, I know, Sango Court. So maybe it could be something very similar with overall our housing, our unhoused plan for Milpitas. So that is my motion that I ask kindly for the council to support, since it is already 12:30. And so I know we have time limits here. We've already gone over, but that would be my recommendation based on all the information that I've heard and representing our citizens that are seeking leadership. And so I hope that I could gain your support.
Mayor and Council, just so that we're Brown Act compliant, we have a resolution in front of you, which I think Councilmember Dominguez is including within her motion. And then the other components would really be direction to staff to come back with more, obviously looking at that Milpitas kind of plan, so to speak, and staff could take that direction to kind of funnel that through the process and have it come back to council for future discussion.
Thank you very much, Chris. Always great to have a check-in from you, always. We want to have respect for our colleagues and, you know, hear everybody's virtual hand. But I do want to take a moment here. Let's go to our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle. I know public comment, we haven't gotten there yet, but let's go there now. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for calling upon me. There are at least 5 or 6, actually more, comments from folks who've been waiting in the queue, so I'll go to those now. The first speaker for this item is Voltaire Montemayor.
Hello?
Welcome.
Yeah. You hear me? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think eventually we will have a government subsidized place in a way. I don't know if we can squeeze one space or place in Milpitas. It's gonna be hard. I want a place like a center. You could call it Homeless International Center, or I don't know. If you, maybe you don't want a word. You want the word homeless, but this is a place to develop everybody as the number 3 strategy of what I saw. In other words, we develop people there. They have, I've dealt with these people. They have camaraderie already. They have brotherhood. They have family feelings already. In other words, we could develop, we could discover the talents if we have a center. And more to say, we will have a place where the shining place of unhoused people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Appreciate you. And Mary?
Next speaker is Charles Slutchbaum.
Welcome, Charles.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Greetings, Charles Schultz, 10-year resident, 19-year employee in Milpitas. The grand plan is not to blame. If I may quote the mayor, I'm almost shocked that our city has been awarded such a valuable amount of money. We continue to ask for government dollars at the state and county level so we may build more homeless housing for the homeless. I am shocked that someone with a social work background would threaten voting no on the grand partnership just because of one detail involving a sense of hurt, pride, and sovereignty. Obvious he became gun shy after hearing dozens of Milpitas residents mischaracterize, generalize, and otherize an entire group of people as drug users and criminals threatening their schools, parks, and gyms. Last time I saw this much generalization of an entire community was after a certain person rode down the escalator to announce their candidacy in 2015 in the lobby of their New York skyscraper. The mayor needs to be true to his profession and stop pandering people who thinks will vote for his opponent out of fear. Stop letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, not like you really listen to the residents about the 1/4-cent sales tax.
Appreciate you, Charles. I think you said our city got awarded. That's not true. Mary, next.
Next speaker is Howard Young.
Welcome, Howard.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank 15-year resident here. This, in my opinion, this resolution comes off kind of sneaky and unclear. It somewhat approves the home key project in Milpitas inadvertently. Please don't approve this. Who pays for all of this and future support in city services? We have less money, and the city in November is asking residents to vote for more taxes to raise money while we're giving out money in long-term services. And also, a developer meeting is not a community meeting. We need to have a series of many meetings. Council member Montano and Mayor Rich Tran asked the right questions about her statements. On that meeting, I registered for the meeting and I couldn't get into the meeting also. And I found out last minute. Based on the vague answers the mayor got, I expect the worst. This was a major exclusion of residents. I'm surprised this report is recommended for approval. Please hold off. There's no need to rush. How about the other 5 cities?
Thank you very much. Time's up, Howard. Thank you. Please send the council an email. Hey, it's really about the voice of the residents, really. Mary?
Next speaker is Loretto KD's Brigade, Silicon Valley.
Thank you for this opportunity to give input to this very important issue. I strongly support the extended stay-in home key project, although I know that the county and the city dropped the ball regarding communications and transparency and some leadership. So what we need to do is make sure that the in-house Milpitas get the help that they can, and that priorities could also be given to them, as well as the in-house school children and their families in Milpitas, so that Milpitas has more input in hosting this project and other projects that will help our communities. First of all, we'd like to get dignity on wheels here in Milpitas for the in-house, at least once a month or on a weekly basis, and get some help from the Valley Health nurses. Thank you. And no litigation, please. We cannot afford it.
Loretto. Thank you, Loretto. Milpitas. I like it. Mary?
Next speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much, city staff and the city council as well. I think the city of Milpitas has a lot more scope of improvement to do in terms of a project home key and developing understanding with the people and as well as with the community, as what are the stakeholders, where the grants come from, and what are the scope of a development that can be done within the city. As the city council currently consider that there might be a litigation that to take place. I think prior to that there are more clarity that is to take place before proceeding with that step. And I appreciate the comments from both sides, from council member Karina Dominguez and as well as the mayor Rich Tran. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Urvish. You're one of our commissioners, right? You're in a seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, have a good night. Next up, Mary.
Next speaker is Yolanda Garcia.
Welcome, Yoli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Okay, so thank you for letting me speak. Here's what I read on this resolution analysis. The recommended action to endorse the 2020-2025 community plan to end homelessness is consistent with the city council's goal to address homelessness and affordable housing. I believe we need to adopt and endorse The resolution, we need to stay engaged and committed to helping our most vulnerable residents because they are Milpitas residents. I suggest that the extended stay part of the resolution be separated for further discussion and research and adopt the rest of the resolution. Bob and Karina have been involved working on this project and the county has been very helpful. So I would hate to see all that hard work go to waste. Let's keep communication open and be more transparent going forward. Housing is #1 to eradicate homelessness. The alternative is to leave people in the streets. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Transparency. That stuck with me. Transparency. Thank you very much, Yoli. Next.
Next speaker is Joseph Weinstein.
Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So as a social worker, I went to my first homeless meeting in 1973, and I can't tell you how disappointed I am in the county's presentation. This is what I heard. Number one, they don't even know what we're doing here in Milpitas in regard to the unhoused. Second, they're not giving us $27 million. They're buying a building and then they're telling us what to do with the money. Third, they're not housing our homeless. They're not even looking at our homeless. They don't even know who they are. Fourth thing, which is really shocking, the gentleman says, we're not really doing anything. If we're not going to do anything, then I'm asking the council to vote no on this tonight. If we're going to have a resolution, it needs to address real plans. And as a housing provider who's done affordable housing since 1985, there better be something in here that addresses affordable housing. Please, city council members, do not vote yes, vote no.
How long have you been here, Joseph?
Pardon?
How long have you been living in Milpitas?
Since 1976.
All right, just checking. All right, thank you. All right, Mary, next. Your microphone, Mary. I know you're doing the mute. That's great.
There should be one more. Here we go. We have a request from Jacqueline Romero.
Okay, welcome.
Jacqueline, you need to unmute your microphone. It's showing it's muted.
Yeah.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Oh, success. Yeah, success. Yes, welcome.
I have 2 minutes since I got cheated this earlier today or yesterday.
Well, no, it's it's an item. And so rewind the clock, folks. Rewind the clock. Don't start the clock yet. Please, IT. There you go. Let me pause it right there. And yeah, it's an item. It's an agenda item now. I know.
I can't have public comment. All right. Well,
I know.
I'll read real fast.
Together equally, and so we're gonna get it. I know it's changing all the time, but you're with us now. Go ahead.
All right. Since March 15th, Milpitas Parent Coalition has reached out through public comment to ask city for information about this topic. Once the Piercy Honda location was voted down, we started requesting the city council to direct city staff to work with the county. Hope for the Unhoused was created over the summer, and an email was sent to every council member to join our efforts and meet with us. At the end of June, I believe you, Mayor Tran, heard us and mentioned that we should reach out to city staff about city efforts. You also directed the city manager to speak to the county. I think the city council might choose to watch public comments before claiming they didn't know. This has been on our radar once Project Room Key passed, and once again, once Project Home Key passed. We've been asking for your support continuously throughout this time. So I'm asking you to reconsider. This is a separate issue. We need these resources for the homeless. In June 16th, you listened to the encampment cleanup situation, and these services are being provided by this plan. So I think you need to reconsider.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Appreciate and I've been here since 1983.
Yep, respect. I went to high school with your brother Lee. We're the same age. Yep, I know Lee since middle school. Russell. Yep. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate you.
And thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you so much. And anybody that's with us at this time, I thank you as residents, community members. But yeah, even with Project Room Key, I think I read about it in the paper when I found out hotels in Milpitas are being utilized even so. But it's been an interesting year. That's a public comment. I think, Mary, that's it, huh?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, great. You're doing an excellent job. I love this new format. Alleviates kind of the stress on your kind of vocals, I guess, if I may. Yeah. All right. So back to the virtual dais. Thank you, everybody. It's great hearing voices of Milpitas. It really is. And so I'm going to go to the virtual raise hands here. Councilmember Fan, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember. I thought we were going back to the motion, or go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I think your colleague should have the opportunity to have a voice.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I didn't realize his hand was up. Go ahead.
It's no problem at all. Yeah. This is a very serious issue that all of us should be taking seriously. It's no joke. We have over 100 residents, or rather individuals, that desperately need housing, that desperately need the support. Earlier in the year, we endorsed a resolution to support SB 50 to streamline efforts to build housing with the goal of addressing the housing crisis in mind. That's what it is, a crisis.
For the record, I abstained from that. High density building, I abstained from that, yes.
Noted, yeah. So I understand the need for urgent action. And although I would prefer, like I'm sure most of you, that the specific homelessness needs of people in Milpitas are met, and that significant efforts should be directed towards community engagement, I can't possibly vote against a platform that prioritizes housing the communities that are most vulnerable. That's what the document is. It's a platform that says we're going to work on housing the homeless, and that we take the problem seriously. I have a pretty good idea as to how the community meetings are going to go. But nonetheless, I do believe that increased transparent efforts should be made with significant sincere efforts to engage the community and inform them of the specifics. Definitely, we need to know the specifics. The residents deserve that. But at the end of the day, I can't fathom how we can take how we can say that we take the housing crisis seriously and also say, no, we shouldn't house our most vulnerable. Thank you for the great work that you do. I think nobody here disagrees that you do great work, and we appreciate the services that you provide. I don't know how we're gonna vote on this issue, but regardless, like, you have my support on this goal of yours. It's not particularly difficult for me to support this, considering that NIMBYs have always hated me anyways. This shouldn't be a political issue, and I'm disappointed that it is. But I'm not surprised, given that some individuals choose to politicize it. Remember, it's a choice to do so. And I get that we're on record. Aside from closed session, we're literally always on record. But I believe we should act on record and off record as decent human beings. And at the end of the day, I believe that this is the right thing to do. So those are just my thoughts.
Appreciate you, Councilmember Fan, always speaking from the heart. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we're going to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
Thank you. My questions to the city manager and to Chris. So whichever one wants to answer. So Chris, you were indicating that for us to keep in mind, we're dealing with, so I want to get to it, to the Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness, as opposed to room key, right?
Correct.
I don't remember whose presentation, if it was the county's or ours, that had room key in their actual presentation. But at the end of the day, we don't have a vote on it because it's done, correct?
I would defer to staff on that.
Maybe I can answer that. This is regarding Home Key.
Right.
The Home Key Grant Fund that's enabling this project, hotel conversion. That vote or that discretion is not with the city.
So what we have the ability to do, if anything, is to talk to our partner about what goes on within the four corners of that building.
Correct.
So I still believe that we need to have community discussions because there were lots of things we talked about at the last city council meeting that areas that we should look at for inclusion in a city plan. I don't know where those are going. I don't know what we've done with them. Showers, the ability to have something where a house can wash their clothes and such. I really don't know what staff's doing with that. So maybe in my own mind, I need to separate the two. I think Yoli sort of indicated, so I'm going back to Yoli Garcia, who said, you know, separate those two and just vote on the one. And somebody said here, you know, why have another community meeting if we're not going to listen to the community? So I can vote on the community plan because it is a framework. Where's Ray? So see, Ray, I was listening too. But I do need to make sure, city manager, that we do have a housing subcommittee soon, so we can get to work on those if that's where it's supposed to go. And that we have a community meeting where we invite all of the partners and don't wait. And Catherine, that we have that meeting with the council member soon. Hopefully before the next unhoused task force. Because I still think all those conversations need to be had. But it shouldn't hold up this, because that would show that we're not trying to improve ourselves as being better partners. And I want to make sure that we do that. Because though I'm not as eloquent as Councilmember Fan, I do want persons to have a roof over their head, whatever that roof looks like. It started with Sunny Hills the first year I was here, and it's time now to continue to do that kind of work or help those that are doing that kind of work. So those are my comments. I'm not really sure, Councilmember Dominguez, exactly what your motion was. So at some point, I'm going to have to ask this to have it said again. And so, Chris, I was trying to figure out how to make sure we were voting on what was on the agenda as opposed to maybe some of the other things we had talked about. So if I missed it, I just need you to tell me I missed it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm actually writing.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. I'm vehemently opposed to approving this plan without the residents' community engagement. To approve an item and then to have a meeting about it later has been a big mistake here in Milpitas. Similarly to renaming Dixon Landing with no meetings beforehand. And tomorrow, all the residents will be aware. And so I'll go with the virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And just as much as you like to say point of clarification, I would like to make a point of clarification of the renaming of Obama Street. I think that for once and for all, I would like to address that really quick.
Brown Act, that's not on the agenda.
Excuse me, you brought it up.
City Attorney.
So it is 12:54 at night. I understand there's a lot of feelings on this issue. I want you guys to stay within the bounds of the law. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, Brown Act violation for the record. BTK, everybody watching Brown Act record. It's not agendized.
Okay.
City Attorney, you've been notified. Please reduce the legal risk to the city right now.
I think we had a closed session item on that, so I don't bring the legal risk to the city. That's not me.
Emails will be sent. Thank you.
So moving on. And so I was looking for my motion. And so I'm hearing Vice Mayor Bob Nunez. I'm hearing what Councilmember Fan said. I'm hearing you as well, Mayor Rich Tran. And so I think this is the motion I have come to consensus. And I think you would bring, you know, Joseph, if you're out there listening to me, I'm listening to you. So there's times I know you and I don't listen to each other, but today I'm listening and I hear you loud and clear. And I trust you with some of the things you said. So I still don't feel comfortable with the framework because in the beginning I did ask for a letter requesting that projects in Milpitas be include families of Milpitas and that the assessments were clear in this framework. Because the council doesn't seem like they're going to be supporting that letter, I do feel a little uneasy with moving with accepting the framework as it stands right now. So my recommendation at this point would be, I would like to do a motion to direct staff to host a community meeting in order to review the framework that is being provided to us, and that they bring that back with a Milpitas community plan and scope of work on how this framework is going to support Milpitas families being housed with these projects that are going to be presented in the framework. I think that would encompass the mayor's request to do a community meeting. That would move this framework forward. That would bring community input. And then it would also build a scope of work for Milpitas that's directed by the conversation and information that Vice Mayor and I will bring back from the meeting we will have with Catherine. So I'm just going to repeat it. Just, I could see the Vice Mayor looking a little and it's almost 1. So
Yep.
again, I'm going to go ahead and ask and do a motion for the city, do a motion in order for us to adopt a plan that will host a community meeting to review the framework that's provided before us, in addition to making a scope of work on how Milpitas will house our unhoused community that will include a full assessment and a delivery of partnership to ensure that Milpitas families get housed in these projects. And so with that, I do ask for your kind consideration and support.
Thank you very much. Does this include item number 15 as stated, or is this a separate?
So and just for point of clarification, if you could please bring up item 15 as how it's stated in the recommendation, please, just so we could all look at it.
And just to clarify for the council, it is a resolution that you're being asked to adopt. And so I think with Councilmember Dominguez's motion, it's really looking to do more before the resolution is adopted. So she's giving direction to staff as part of her proposal to do a little bit more work and then for all of it to come back at some point in the future.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so like many other of the council member.
I'm still not done, Mayor. Could I finish my sentence?
I was just talking to Chris. I'm sorry. I was talking to Chris. I'm sorry about that.
Can I proceed?
I was talking to Chris. So
can I proceed?
I'm finished. I was
Thank
talking to Chris. Yeah, sorry. So like many of the Councilmember Dominguez's proposals, I support it. And so what she stated, if I'm listening right, and if I refer to you correctly, Chris, I actually do support it. And then we could, if I'm listening right, visit 15 at a later date.
Correct. And then if we could please bring back the later date, city manager, if you could please look at some of those. I know there's some deadlines that are coming. So just be mindful of those deadlines of when we're bringing this back. I think once we go through that process, the resolution will be easier to carry out and it will be feeling more comfortable to the leadership that is on this dais, as well as the community members that have expressed their comments this evening. And hopefully it will lead us to a direction to house our unhoused.
Okay. Maybe I could ask a clarifying question there too.
Yes.
You mentioned deadlines. So I don't think there's any deadlines on the county's community plan to end homeless.
No, but I think the community meeting needs to be held at a time with the deadline of that project home key, because I think that's where there's mixed information of where some of us are seeing this as an individual plan. Some of us are seeing this as a combined plan. I understand my own perspective of this is individual, but I want to move something forward that we're all going to be comfortable with. And I do believe that just to be mindful of those dates. But I think once we have that community meeting, I think the framework is going to move in itself and hopefully it will help the other one.
So if that was a motion, I second it.
So I have a question. It's clarification, actually.
Sure, Councilmember Montano.
So does that mean that this next community meeting will also discuss whatever, brainstorming other ideas? Yes? No?
I definitely think that feedback needs to be collected from all community meetings and that they need to be added into the scope of work. So yes, it would be adding. As the Vice Mayor has mentioned, we have had meetings before, and I just want all those ideas to go into one scope of work, which I believe Sharon is already doing. It's just a matter of putting.
Oh yeah. She has, and she has been her team have been working diligently on addressing the homeless in our city. So this Santa Clara County plan to end homelessness, that's a broad concept. But my concern is, well, not my concern, well, it's one of my concerns, because if you're gonna have a meeting to brainstorm a bunch of ideas, does that also include finding another location, or is that community plan to end homelessness that's includes that site?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I just have to interject. The community plan to end homelessness has nothing to do with Project Home Key whatsoever.
Yes, thank you, Ray. And that's what I was exactly going to say. So Councilmember Montano, I hear what you're saying, but from my understanding, the legality of the location of Project Room Key 1 is not up to the city council, this legislative body. We're not in, somewhere else, right? So that's beyond our scope. It's two separate things.
They supersede. I get it. Yeah.
So for me, no, it's not even. Yeah, it supersedes, but it's not. It doesn't even involve any of us five at this point, and that's where we're gonna explore other things. But right now, it doesn't include us. So I want to be very focused that this is the framework. So I do want to give the opportunity for the community to come together and express if they have any ideas of how we're going to enhance this framework. Then we could develop a scope of work for Milpitas, which has already been done. But for the purpose of the conversation and for us to address the concerns that have come before us, I want to move that motion forward. I think that's a good plan for us, and the delivery will eventually be bringing back this framework and hopefully adopt it.
One more last, so the meeting on October 22nd, what will be the difference between that meeting and another one that you're proposing?
So the one on the 22nd is specifically for that project. So that's where many people are getting confused. At that point, I do believe that we should have a meeting that represents the city. I personally think that meeting should be hosted by the city and then facilitated we could make that meeting a city meeting as well.
Yeah, because that's the whole issue. That's the whole point. I mean, of that site. So I'm just wondering, we're kind of diluting the issue here, or
no, we're not diluting,
missing the target. Yeah, okay,
separate things, and so I want to separate it. It has to be, because what's happening here is we all have what I'm hearing you guys say, and what I'm hearing the mayor say, and what I'm hearing everyone say, is that it's together right now. So let's separate it and then bring back the framework. And so if the framework by then, it might change because the unhoused task force may have different recommendations that go to the county that may influence this framework for Milpitas scope of work. We don't have a scope of work for Milpitas, and I think that's where we're all trying to say, but we're saying it differently. So council member, I hear what you're saying, but that's not part of this. This is for the framework, but there has to be a meeting, I agree, to touch on that specific project. So Mayor, I don't know if that's something you want two separate meetings, or are you one meeting?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll always speak for myself. I appreciate, folks kind of paraphrasing me and things. That's great. But please, if you're going to speak for me, please use my exact words. And what I'm hearing, Councilmember Dominguez, is that, you're giving the community an opportunity to speak. And, the people's voices is not an opportunity, that's a right. And we must ensure the right of every resident of Milpitas to have an opportunity. No, not an opportunity, the right to speak their voice. And that's what we're asking for. It's not about the plan, it's not about the home key per se, but it's really about an opportunity for our residents to be represented. And so I'm gonna go ahead and fast forward here. I'm gonna support your proposal, Councilmember Dominguez. But for residents to be engaged is not an opportunity, that's a right. And so I'm going to support your proposal as long as we don't touch item number 15 tonight. Now we'll touch it another night at another meeting. Don't get me wrong. I grew up pretty tough. I've been in places where we had to load up the car with all we had and drive across states. And I've been through a lot of different situations, and so I get how tough life can be. And if the county wants to hand over the money or hand over the hotel, shoot, we do it, and we would guarantee 100% that we'll take care of folks that are unhoused in Milpitas. But the purpose of tonight and the passion from the voters, from the residents, is they want a voice. And this thing, there's a petition out there right now, respect to it for whatever it means. But to me, all I see is people want a voice and a participation. That's the recurring theme. And so tonight, I'm going to support your proposal, Councilmember Dominguez. so that we can engage the community to have a voice in meetings that is their right. And then we'll look at number 15 here at another date. And if that's the case, I'm behind you 100%. If you can okay that one, then I'm ready to go.
I'm sorry, but I already have a second. So at this point, I actually thank Vice Mayor Bob Nunez for his full support and understanding where we're moving. And so I appreciate your thoughts and your words, Mayor. And so please know, I think that all 5 of us want to hear our community, and we all 5 of us believe that it's a right of our community to be heard. But I want to be very clear that the framework is different. You have a framework and then you have a scope of work. So I want to make sure that by the end of this, when it comes back, that we have a framework that we're going to support, but that we're also going to have a scope of work for the city of Milpitas, because I think that's missing. And so I've already put my motion forward for the second. Chris, because of time, can we go down the line, please, for a vote?
Just clarification for the vote, Chris. Does that include the community engagement with the city posted meetings?
I'm confused on the motion at this point. Councilmember Dominguez, do you want to clarify?
Is that the one on there?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and what was your question, Mayor?
Does your proposal include community engagement with city posted meetings for the framework and the scope?
Well, I think all public meetings are posted. So yes, and so all of our meetings are posted and are public meetings. So if you're asking for an enhanced marketing plan for it, then that's something that I think Steve will more than definitely be able to do, making sure that it's everywhere. But I want to be very clear that we have had every meeting we have is a public meeting. Everything we do as elected officials is public, and so
it'll be hosted, posted by the city. That's what the city designation.
So this is where unfortunately we ran out of time, and this is exactly why we have that other item that I brought forward about events. But yes, it would be hosted by the city. That's what I would hope.
Well, we have to have certainty. This is your proposal.
I believe we are all represented of the city. So are you asking if the city is going to be the host?
Yes.
So yes, I would trust that Steve will move that so we could become the host of the meeting. So if there's one on October 22nd and we want to become the host of that meeting and the 2 other people want to become facilitators, I am okay with that.
So we'll have city hosted meetings for the 2 different, which is the plan, and then home key, and then we're going to look at the framework and then the scope. I just want to be very comprehensive.
The scope of work will come out of the framework.
Okay, great. I look forward to our community engagement. Thank you.
All right. All right. So going back to the motion. The motion is to host a community meeting hosted by the city of Milpitas, and then host a community meeting to debrief on the county framework and bring back a scope of work specifically for the city of Milpitas on how we will house our unhoused population. At the same time, bring back a framework resolution by the County of Santa Clara that will be specific to how we will assess and house our homeless population in our community in partnership with the school district. That's the motion. So Vice Mayor, can I still count on your second?
Yes, you still have my second.
Thank you.
Okay, virtual roll call. Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Abstain.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself, I will say because we're not touching item number 15 as stated on the agenda tonight, we're not adopting the resolution because we need the community involved, I will say yes. I do believe everybody deserves to get off the street somehow, some way, but we have to do it the right way, folks. So thank you very much. That was a very strong discussion. I appreciate my colleagues. This is probably the toughest issue as local elected officials, especially in our state and in our region. And so it's never supposed to be easy as we would like it to be, but we have to really check off all the boxes with all that we do. And so I think tonight, I'm very pleased. I want to thank our guests for being here tonight. We are working towards shared goals that I can say. And our community, our residents, folks that have called in and have been here for decades, maybe as long as I've been alive or more, they really appreciate the county and Destination Home and all the local partners. I mean, we really thank you all for being with us and understanding us, giving us a chance to get to know you. Our residents are truly thankful for the opportunity for you being with us and spending your time here with us tonight. So thank you so much. And there's only bright things for the future. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Moving on here with the agenda. We're going to finish the whole agenda, folks. We're ready to go. And I'm just kidding. Hey, we're going to do one more item tonight due to the time. It's out of necessity. I see Councilmember Fan smiling, so I appreciate that. Yeah, there you go, Vice Chair. Yeah. Hey, every item's a new item. You got to start new. And so let's go to item number 17. This is our last one tonight, folks. Thank you for bearing with everything. So under leadership and support services, number 17, let's adopt a resolution establishing the Measure F. I call it the Families Measure Oversight Committee subject to voter approval of Measure F. And so we have our Deputy City Manager, Walter. Take it away, Walter.
Good evening or good morning, Mayor, City Council members. Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. So I will talk about the Measure F Oversight Committee. Let me give you some background first. Then we'll talk about the city's commission structure as it exists today, recommendations for the Measure F Oversight Committee. And then I would like to also show you preliminarily how we would, the timeline would be for Measure F, as well as how it would interweave with the preliminary budget timeline for the next fiscal year. This all obviously depends for the voters to approve a general sales tax measure with an 8-year sunset clause on November 3rd, 2020. This measure, which you placed in front of the voters on August 4th, includes a provision for a Citizens Oversight Committee. On September 1st, you approved the council the COVID-19 fiscal response strategies and guidelines, and those guidelines directed us to come back to you today and early September, early October with the structure and responsibilities for such oversight committee. So what are we doing today? Today we have, as you know, but for the public to understand as well, we have 11 advisory commissions, such as the Arts Commission, the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission. All those commissions are governed by a standardized City of Milpitas Commission bylaws, which sets the number of commissioners. It's 7 plus 2 alternates. The commissioners are appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. And the maximum terms a commissioner can serve is maximum of 3 years with 3 years each. So 3 terms with 3 years each. And then for each commission, the council has approved also an addendum to the bylaws, which is again specific to each commission, and it talks about typically the commission's advisory area, the membership, what kind of qualifications you may seek as part of the commissioners to serve on the committee, and the meeting frequency. So there's a little conflict here. The measure says a Citizens Oversight Committee, and the commission, which typically serve on the city of residents, we don't look at the legal status of what kind of whether citizens or their residents in our community. So we're recommending to remove the word citizens and just call it the Measure F Oversight Committee. Then obviously it would be the only committee called, which are advisory commissions, but we felt that's important because it shall a link to the Measure F ballot language regarding a committee versus a commission. So the structure would be 7 commissioners plus 2 alternates, consistent with all the other commissions. We do recommend this consistency with the mayor appointing the commissioners and approved by the city council. And again, the maximum would be 3-year terms of 3 years, 3 terms of 3 years, which would be 9. And if you know, the sunset clause is 8. But I think that is fine for the consistency. So the amendment to the bylaws, which you have attached to the resolution, suggests or recommends by our staff that the commission should have expertise on the advocates for the business or residential community, because that's where we obviously provide our services. If they have experience in municipal governmental service operations, it will be helpful, since they're going to recommend budget, make budget recommendations to you, how Measure F funds are going to be used. And they have even some idea or expertise in municipal finance, taxation, budgeting, and accounting that might be helpful to the commissioners as well. And if they're not, we'll obviously provide guidance and insight into how we budget and how the budget process works, etc. We propose quarterly meetings, so you see in a second what the agenda may be, and it will be staffed by the finance department with oversight from the city manager's office. How we came to this expertise and this slide here, the summary of the slide, we actually looked at 6 or 7 cities across the state who have an oversight committee for general sales tax, and we got some ideas from that review, just to let you know how we came to that conclusion. So we suggest quarterly meetings. To kick it off would be a presentation of the city sales tax and use tax consultant, just to understand how sales tax works. There's, for instance, we cannot release particular information about one business, but we can talk about the groupings of business. In March, we would bring as part of the manager's budget process, before it reaches you as the council, recommend expenditures for the funds generated by Measure F to the commission and to the committee, and ask them to review it and make sure it's consistent with Measure F. And you'll see in a second too how this ties into the budget process. In June, it would be expenditures. We would not in the first year, would not be such, there could be such meeting in the first year too. How we spend the money, again, make sure it's consistent with Measure F. We'll provide reports. And in September, as part of the annual financial closing of the books and the comprehensive annual financial status report, we'll bring to you the city's internal external auditor who will ensure that we properly spend the funds. So how does this overlap with the budget process? The public process starts in January with the city council preliminary budget study session, but the staff process is actually starting next week. We are starting to look already with departments on revenues, which they are responsible for and they generate. Then we hope to get the preliminary forecast done by sometimes in November, so that we have an idea how the budget is turning out to be, or the forecast is turning out to be. But we kick it off with you, where we bring you forth the forecast. And what you also do at the preliminary budget session, you really set the priorities for the budget. And then would also include Measure F funding, consistent with the ballot measure. So oftentimes what happens by the time we have some community input already, where we show what the priorities are aligned with the council priorities. And as an example, for the last 2-3 years, as I look back, public safety was the primary concern for our residents, followed by recreation and or other priorities. Transportation and street resurfacing was one of them in 1 year. So again, the way we start the budget process, we develop it differently with 2 priorities. One is Measure F funding, and obviously the council priorities set by you. March 21st, and we would have done our internal work. We have developed proposed budget. We would have to look most likely at service reductions for next fiscal year as it stands right now. And then we would work with the committee to make sure it's consistent with Measure F and the council priorities you may have set by the time. And then we release the proposed budget. We hope to do it late April. We released it last year, just around that time frame, or last fiscal year. Then we have the public sessions, and we adopt the budget by June 1st. That's our goal, at least. So Measure F timeline, you've seen this before. It goes in front of the ballot, in front of the voters on November 3rd. If the county registered voters is able to certify election results, it will come to you until December 15th for certification. Then we would seat the committee through the process outlined, appointed by the mayor, confirmation by the council in the January-March timeframe. So the committee is ready to do the work as for the 2021 budget process, 21-22 budget process, and then obviously have the first quarter when sales tax will be collected for the measure, if approved, will be starting with April 1st, 2021. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager. I appreciate the presentation. You know, just looking at the time, I'm just like, wow. But it's been an important night for the city of Milpitas as we convene our regular city council meeting here. I am thankful for this item. I always share with folks respectively in the community here that, and there's a lot of questions about the measure, the family's measure. You know, people always ask me all the different questions, and one question they ask, how I answer it is this measure is up to the voters, and it's up to the people in Milpitas, and it's not really directly up to us as elected officials, as anybody can tell you in the state. And so I am happy that this is one measure this year, or in our past few years here in Milpitas, that residents will have another option, another choice, another right to decide and vote and have their voices heard. And so this oversight committee is really a key component of that. We have some great residents that are on our school bond oversight committee, and I anticipate another all-star cast, hopefully of a lot of Republicans and Libertarians. Yeah, Vice Mayor could help out maybe, but not going to get too political. But no, it's going to be great. I think this oversight committee, if the will of the voters decides to support many leaders in our community, public service folks as well, you know, that 50+1 is it's within sight, and it's up to the voters. And I think it's been received well, but we'll see what 4 weeks has for us all. And but yeah, I'm excited and happy to see this tonight. Pretty standard item here for this oversight committee. I'm not going to ask too much from it. Everything looks well. Let me go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Mears.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor. My hand down. So I just have two quick questions. One, thank you for the presentation. Yes, I read it all. So my first question, if you could put the slide back onto the membership. Okay, this is for.
Is that one, or is it the one before?
Yes, no, that's it. That's it.
Oh, that's one. Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to make sure as I read those. So business or community, municipal or government service operations, so that a person that that normally finds their way to contribute their time and services to the city says, here's another one another committee that I'd like to be part of. They could come and do that because they've been on other commissions and such. There's nothing here that you would see that would prevent somebody from submitting their name to be part of this committee. Is there?
There's no restrictions, but there may be, it may have to, yeah. So as far as I understand our bylaws, there are no restrictions to serve on two committees.
Okay, good. Thank you. The second one is, usually a lot of these oversight committees, and I think it actually says that within our the handbook for the commissions, that they're all advisory to the council. And so how often, so if the chair of this group, this committee, and or committee, the committee itself, Does it have the ability to say, we're going to give a report to the council for whatever reason they deem appropriate, or a reason for, they have a reason to?
So the bylaws the addendum to the bylaws does not restrict. If they would like to give a report, they can. We didn't make it mandatory. Some oversight committees in the state they make it mandatory for the committees to provide a report to the council, but we felt it was burdensome. But it doesn't restrict them not to do that. If that's what they choose to do, it's fine.
Okay. So
in the advisory role.
Yeah. So if they wanted to give a report every time they met, they could, or if they didn't see a reason to, they wouldn't have to.
That's correct. Or what I envision will happen is that we will provide a report to them. They obviously will review it and will report out to you, to the council, as part of the budget process. Number one, what our report was, what the minutes were, and if they would like to make any different recommendations to the council in lieu of our report.
Okay. And then I actually just thought of just one more, and that is, so I'm used to the bond oversight committees mostly for school districts, for the bonds they give for building. And usually the auditors will speak to that group and then one or two lines within the audit. Is that something that, did I see that in there, or do you see that happening?
Yeah, I see that happening in September of the year of the quarterly meeting, to have a presentation by the city's financial auditor, and obviously they would have to report out in the CAFR, our comprehensive annual financial report, that we spend funds consistent with Measure F.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. I will look for virtual raise hands, but also go to public comment here with Mary. Yes, let's go with Mary here.
Yes, there are 3 public comments at this time. The very first person is Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome.
Hear me now, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a long help, big help for everybody. It's a paragraph long, and we'll be spending it locally. It benefits everybody. I'm consistent with I think I've answered this in a forum, and mine is yes. It's not because I'm rich, it's because of the cost. We need to help everybody. We need the recovery for everybody. The 6.5 million may be too big, but we're talking about 8 years to recover. So in other words, even though not many people are agreeing with me because it hurts our pocket, but it's the cost that I'm supporting. So for me, it's a yes for the Measure F. And of course, the committee, we need the committee, the group of the finance and the city managers. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes.
Next speaker will be Joseph Weinstein.
Good evening. I really appreciate the fact that the deputy city manager says that the committee can speak whenever they want. But in my experience of over 10 years in oversight committees, that doesn't always work. So I would like to see the council put a formal amendment into the bylaws that says that if the majority of the oversight committee wants to speak, that the city council is required to let them speak on the next agendized meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. We hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I think that's a fair request. I know, Joseph, I hope I should be asking you and begging you to actually be on the committee if your time permits. I know you're very dedicated to our community, but at the same time, you have to balance your personal life and career and things. And so I would love for you to be on there. And so that's a request. If I heard correctly, if a majority of the committee wants to be heard during a city council meeting, I think just for any city council meeting, if this measure passes, which I believe it will, but it doesn't have to. Well, no, there will be reports, right? There will be like quarterly oversight, agenda items. And so maybe, yeah, during those times, but I think the oversight committee will always, I'll make an amendment that they always speak, good or bad, mostly good, if not all good, but yeah.
I agree with that, Mayor.
Yeah. It's getting late, but all good. Yeah. And everybody's watching. Absolutely. So yeah, so we got an agreement, and I think I don't see any opposition from that idea. Let's give the committee, hopefully in the future, going forward, to always have the floor, literally make a presentation if they want, to keep the community up to the level of transparency that we all strive for. And so, okay, great. All right, Mary, is that public comments?
There's one more, Mayor. The next speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Yes.
Thank you very much, City Clerk and Deputy City Manager. I think the City of Milpitas should consider the Measure F with the addendum of generating the new service stream and helping the city with the benefiting from the new services that could be offered to the public instead of having consideration of passing the 1/4 tax measures, and also having an oversight committee. Certainly, that would be helpful for managing the budget, finances, and fund allocation as well. So certainly, in support of that. So thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much, the Council.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, at this time of the clock, any resident that is with us at this time, much love and respect. Thank you so much. All right, well, I think that's it with our city clerk in terms of the public comments for the item. We'll bring it back to virtual dais. We could look for, I can move the item. How about that? I'll move the item.
Second. With the addition
Yeah. I get it every time. My ear is sharp every time. I know sometimes it's a close one, and I always get it. Folks know it too. I always get it. I always hear it. I don't know. I still got my hearing for now. I've been on the back of too many propeller planes, but all right. So I am a motion by myself to adopt this resolution, item number 17. We have a second by the Vice Mayor, Bob. All in favor, virtual. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Item number 17, resolution has been adopted, approved. Thank you, everybody. And we're gonna go straight to the adjournment. Everything else we'll take care at the next meeting. Our city manager will lead us to those pastures. And I just want to thank everybody. I want to share something before we adjourn. I've been feeling symptoms of the flu since Saturday. It just kind of hit me, and I've been home ever since, kind of quarantined per the doctor, Dr. Chang over at Kaiser. And so I took a COVID test on Monday morning, and I still haven't got my result back. And so I've been at home, just quarantined. And so I've had too much time to think. But yeah, but I just want to take a moment to thank everybody for sharing the same mission, which is to serve the city of Milpitas. And I'm thankful for each person, and because I know everybody goes out in the community, and every employee, every city staff picks up that phone when a resident or partner calls. And as much as there's discussions that we have at 1:37 in the morning, I still feel blessed and thankful for the opportunity here, and just keeping my head above the clouds. And I think we're all living our dreams in some sorts of ways, our careers, and so I look forward to continuing the work for the people of the city in the name of public service. So pray for me, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Be safe.
Be safe, everyone.
Goodbye. Good night.